The Lost Cryptids Conservatory, where we will shatter your reality to bring you closer to the truth.
All right, guys. Welcome back to another live show. The Lost Cryptids Conservatory, of course, your host, Blake. Well, I had a show lined up and stuff, but my computer decided to crash and restart all of a sudden. So we're going to hold off on some of this audio that I was going to show and some of the new stuff that we found, stuff like that. But that's okay. So I give it a minute about that, and then won't take too long to load all the programs up. So we'll see how that goes. But so we'll talk about the other stuff. So glad to see everyone's in chat. Having fun already. All right. Yeah, it's been an interesting week. Been a fun week. So we did actually been looking through a lot of audio lately. Actually. Surprisingly, have a lot of audio that I didn't realize actually did get backed up, and majority of the files are on it from like a lot of stuff that I didn't even realize was audio captured and stuff at like the 168 and stuff like that was captured, and stuff that cameras were, when cameras weren't rolling full time. I was wearing a piece of audio, or someone else was wearing a piece of audio that was going full time. So got a little bit of I think there's evidence possibly on one section where we go into the woods. I think there's some calls or some roars or something that we recorded. Hopefully it's on there. And then there's some segments and stuff of us talking and planning and stuff too. There's actually a lot of audio and stuff, and conversations and stuff. So that's kind of cool. I didn't really realize it was on saved and stuff. It was in a particular file, but yeah, I'm excited about the possibility of at least hopefully that one section that we went into the woods. We were hearing stuff before we went in, so hopefully it should have been captured. And then yeah, got a lot of audio. Been working on, found some interesting calls. Had a bunch of interesting stuff I was going to show you. Had birds and coyotes and stuff lined up, but that all crashed. So we'll take a minute to get that loaded up, and then I was going to show you some calls that basically what people think, oh, it sounds like a Bigfoot. It mixed in with coyotes and stuff like that. And yeah, so we'll hopefully get that loaded up here pretty soon, and then show you guys all that. But been working on a lot of audio and stuff, hours and hours of going through audio, unchecked audio that we tried to go on the show. I checked it all, and there's some interesting stuff that we caught. Some normal animals that I thought were fantastic to hear. There's normal animal calls that I think people who don't know what they're hearing or don't know what they're experiencing out there could misidentify as Sasquatch calls and stuff, especially if it's off in a distance. So hopefully when this gets going, we can show you guys some calls on the spectrogram. We can listen to some stuff. Everything should be fixed on the computer with audio. I checked it right before the show literally started. I was on the computer checking the audio and stuff, and I bumped something, and it kind of made it crash and restart. So now it's doing its thing. But so we have that lined up and stuff. That'll be pretty good. We can show you guys the different calls and some birds and stuff that make interesting calls that, if you hear them out there, you might think, oh, it's Sasquatch. And of course you're not. It's not the reality of the situation, and you're, falsifying and really you're living in a fantasy at that point. The investigation is going into a fantasy path where the evidence that you think is actually evidence is not, and now you're formulating a story in your brain and stuff to go along with that narrative, which is false in the beginning and stuff. So yeah, we had some interesting calls and stuff like that. I really hope it works. It should and stuff. We'll knock a couple hours out. So I would assume so. Yeah. So. I was listening to some of the 168 stuff. There's a lot of conversation. There's actually some parts where we're actually like in the middle of like going through the woods and an investigation, and a lot of it's kind of like muffled and shuffling and stuff. And there's a little bits of parts of our conversation and something that could be happening. So I'll try to work on that and clean it up. Maybe we can have a whole little audio. You guys are just listening to it. It's just audio, but it's of us going out and stuff like that and catching stuff that's, well, the cameras would have caught some stuff, but I know sometimes the cameras wasn't going the whole time, and all that footage is coming out and stuff, but it not gonna be coming out like the audio. This audio would be pretty much the raw deal. I'll just clean up all the crappy stuff that blow your eardrums out and stuff. So, and swearing and any conversations that doesn't need to be made public, stuff like that. So, because there's the one encounter where we pretty much that's where the lost cryptids are in there, and then one of the former team members gets sick and stuff and gets all woozy. So there could be some evidence caught on there. There could be there's definitely the conversations you guys can hear and stuff. So I'll try to work on that, stuff like that. There should be video of that coming out. Hopefully more videos of the 168 will be coming out. You guys will see on different YouTube stuff. I'm making my own stuff from the footage that we had. It's not much, not everything that we shot, but it'll come out and stuff, and I think you guys will like it and stuff. So yeah, we got more stuff working out and stuff coming out, but I just been focused on a lot of audio lately, so I kind of pushed back working on when you're working on stuff, sometimes you get into this video editing and you're getting stuff and you kind of want to take a break from it, but you still want to do research and do the work. So I kind of switched over from doing video to listening to audio, working on audio. So we got couple of new sounds, some that some possibilities. Maybe they're Sasquatch. Maybe they're some other animals. Some unique animal calls that don't often get heard. That's another exciting thing because maybe we don't have enough recordings and stuff of those normal animal calls, but they're just unique and kind of rare. So those are actually really good to have, to find, and to know about, so we don't have misidentification of what we're hearing out there, and also when people playing those sounds on YouTube or wherever on Facebook, and you hear those, you can identify. Oh, I know what that is. That's this unique coyote call and stuff like that, or this unique fox call, this unique mating call, or this really sad, lonely cry. Right before it's pretty much they die or something. Just a lonely. So stuff like basically stuff like that. A lot of animals can make, especially birds, make just dozens of different sounds and can go all over the place. Animals and stuff when they play, or when they are trying to do courtship and mating rituals, they make very particular, unique sounds. When animals play and stuff, they can make very unique sounds that only occur in those situations during play or during mating rituals and stuff like that. And as a researcher or as a person who's trying to get evidence, it's your job and your the integrity of a researcher to go out there and try to learn as many animal sounds as you can, the sounds of the woods, really, so you can understand what's normal and what's not normal. And then when you have Sasquatch activity, Sasquatch noises, and Sasquatch howls and calls and whoops and stuff, that you can say, okay, that's a little bit strange. That's outside of the norm. That doesn't sound like anything that I know I can reference. My coyote calls, fox calls, bird calls. There's tons of different birds. Waterfowls, bugs. I mean, you want to learn all the sounds really and get used to it and stuff. So nothing surprises you. So when you do hear something that does make your hair stand up, that does surprise you, that does make your radar go off, that hey, that's something good. That's something better than the average thing that you have been acclimated to, you have been used to. So then you can key in on that, and you can show others that and figure out what it is. And the only way to do that is to get out in the field and to listen and to, you can armchair research and listen to sounds and listen to wildlife documentaries on birds and different calls and all sorts of North American animals and stuff. And even, North American animals and birds, especially, different seasons migrate. And different birds not native to your state will happen to fly by or even come in contact to the area and stuff. So you might have some outside exotic type of animals into your area at given times, birds that can make some unique sounds that might trick you because they don't really belong to your state, but they will migrate and fly around and stuff like that. So just be aware of that. All right, so I think it's good. It's all done restarting and stuff. So let me pretty much move this over so I can see everything, and let me get some of these sounds downloaded for you guys so you can see on the spectrogram, and all these short sounds should be downloaded pretty fast. And then we were going to check some more unchecked audio for you guys really fast, and should be able to hear stuff, should be able to amplify stuff for you guys a lot more detailed and stuff. But I'll need you guys' help. If you guys are on your phone, it might sound different than if you're watching on a TV or on a computer. So if you're having issues and stuff, obviously, if whatever device is having the most issues and you can't hear it on that device, we want to make sure that device can hear it. all the other devices can turn it down and stuff, you know, that won't be an issue to turn the volume down. It's making the volume loud enough for people can hear it. It's the problem. So we will do that and try to make sure you guys can hear some of these sounds. I know some of the sounds that I pulled are from the background and are on the fringes and stuff. So it might be hard for you guys to hear no matter what. But you guys will at least be able to see on the spectrogram that there is stuff going on. And then some of the longer like the unchecked audio should take about 10 minutes to load up or so. So I'll get that loaded up and show you guys. Make sure audio and everything works on that. It should. If we're having issues with my microphone, I'm going to plug the microphone into the computer. If we're having issues, anything like that, I'll just unplug everything and we'll loudspeaker it so you guys can hear it off that, like we did the very first time we tried it, which was you know, very awkward and stuff for on my side because it's blaring and stuff, and you know, if the kids are crying, you probably could hear the mic because the mic is going to be off the computer, not plugged in, stuff like that. So get these little sounds up and rolling, and then we'll need some of the bigger ones for to show like the birds and the coyotes and stuff like that. I didn't like make individual clips of that because I don't need to do that. I was going to show it on just the big thing, the big file, and skip around and show all that. But okay, so I need to go this way. Go to the files and get this different stuff, and we'll get rolling. So yeah, I'm excited. It's always excited to go through different new audio. Yeah, as you know, it does take a lot of time. There's a lot of time spent on, you know, working on the computer, not just, you know, working on video. I mean, editing videos and making, like, you know, stuff to present, like, you know, raw documentaries. I don't make documentaries. If you watch some of our longer expedition videos, that's about as documentary as I get. There's a little narration. There's, you know, basically a walkthrough, a very raw walkthrough of what we're doing and stuff, and nothing professional, nothing like that. I'm a researcher. I go and look for evidence and gather evidence, try to have encounters, and to me, everything matters when you're in the moment in the woods. That's when everything matters, and that you know, everything else is secondary. But there's a lot of secondaries. Everything else, there's a lot of secondaries that you have to learn. You know, and so, you know, when you're working on videos, just to look at the evidence, not even to make documentaries and video editing and spending hours and hours and hours and just in the video editor putting things together in the right order and cutting them down, trimming them, blah blah blah. It takes hours and hours and hours. But checking video and checking for evidence and stuff like that, that takes hours and hours and hours for video, and then hours and hours and hours for audio, and it's a lot of it's a lot of time to take to do all this stuff. You know, I don't really think you don't. You know, I think a lot of people don't understand that until you really start doing it yourself, and then you start understanding. Wow, this is a little bit more complicated. It's a little more time consuming and stuff. Plus, you factor in when you go out, when if stuff actually happens, how often that happens. And, that's why you guys don't really see too much evidence coming from us, like all the time, all the time when we go out, because I mean, if nothing really happens, I'm kind of at the point now. It's just like my channel. This channel's not an entertainment channel. We're not a story interview channel. I mean, I used to interview people. That's used to be all the live show was. I used to interview guests and stuff, but we're not an entertainment interview show, live show. We're not a documentary entertainment. We're pretty much just researchers trying to get the evidence out. I can make dozens of videos of me out in the woods talking about good points, skills, and a lot of good things that could make good videos, but it's not really what I want to do and what I'm chasing and what I'm after. I'm after the evidence. I'm after interaction. I'm after the real deal stuff to show you guys, and that's why I'm not putting videos out of me just walking around talking about stuff, tromping through the swamps and doing stuff. I mean, if stuff doesn't happen, there's no point in me showing it. That's why I like, if stuff starts to happen, I like to show you guys. That's why, it takes a little bit, stuff doesn't happen all the time. Because the reality of it is it just doesn't happen all the time. If it was happening all the time, you would be seeing it. I mean, you don't see no pictures from us. You don't see no blob squatches, no nothing on video that that you can't see that we're saying is Sasquatch. There's one video I have when I was first started the channel and stuff, and I started filming these entities, these things that were pretty much invisible. I never did see what was following me out of the woods, and that was the only time on video where I'm saying on video, there's stuff there, but you can't see it. I never seen it with my naked eyes. Other than that, we don't show any pictures and stuff of Sasquatch, and the other pictures that we've shown are of our good friend, and it's a picture where you can see stuff without a circles or without needing to squint your eyes and look. I have one picture that we've shown and stuff, and it's it's pretty much a blob squash, I guess. But basically, if you look at the tree, you can see the line of the tree. You can see there's actually something sticking out. There's another line, very defined line, that is not the tree trunk. So that's the only picture that I've ever put out that I've thought was strange and thought maybe something was there, because that picture was malfunctioned and flipped upside down. And other than that, no, we don't post any BS evidence. We don't post wild pictures. If we post a picture, it's going to be something amazing. It's going to be like good. It's not going to be something where I have to explain it to you 1,000 times. I mean, that's just how we are. We have a lot of pictures of tracks. We have pictures of other stuff, but we have pictures of eye shine and stuff. And some we believe are Sasquatch more than others, but okay. All right. Because if people are posting stuff all the time or every time they go out, either they have a really amazing hotspot and it really is happening and they are really lucky, and I'd be a little jealous, but or it's fantasy where they really think stuff is happening. It's not reality, or they're hoaxing a lot or hoaxing a little. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that do researches all sorts of different ways. Armchair researchers that are just straight up armchair researchers, and that's great work. I've done years of that. I mean, when you're not in the woods, you should be armchair researching. All right, we're gonna get this loaded up. It's almost some of the stuff's almost done, the little stuff, and then we'll show it all. And then I'll probably load up the big stuff. That'll take about 10 minutes. Probably put the link in the live show, to the live show in the chat if someone wants to come on. As long as we behave ourselves and all that, no swearing and stuff. That's kind of pretty much what I ask. No, be respectful. No swearing, at least. We can. I sometimes swear and stuff and get a little amped up, but if we can, let's start out with other words for the discussion and apply ourselves in that way. All right, got that one. Get through this one. That one. So I'm excited to show you guys some stuff. We have some stuff that hasn't been released. I mean, it's been waiting in the wings for a while and stuff for different reasons. Stuff. Sometimes some of it wasn't really discovered until just last year. It wasn't discovered till recently, and of course all the drama and stuff we had with different members and stuff. It's kind of disheartening sometimes looking at old stuff and seeing people. It's just like, I don't want to deal with that. But it's good. Everything works out the way it's supposed to. I always get reminded in this particular post that I see is with Bigfoot. There are no coincidences. And with Bigfoot, it means there are no coincidences when it comes to what they do and how they operate. They have intent. They're not stupid. These animals. These are, when I say animals and stuff, these are just terms to describe them. But I really believe they are people. A very intelligent, modern humanoid type of creature. I don't know if they are related to modern Homo sapiens or whatever they are. I just believe their intelligence level is of Neanderthal level or higher. Able to communicate in their own language, able to have some type of understanding, memory, cognitive, emotional understanding of the humanoid face, of facial expressions. I think they can convey. They there's a lot of mysteries and stuff. And there's a lot of speculation, and this is pretty much all speculation. But from my experiences, they are people watchers. That's what they are. They are people watchers. They watch everything, but they especially watch people. And they get very close to people. At your camp, will sit down and watch you, and they will listen to you, and will watch everything you do, and watch how you do everything, your mannerisms, your tone, your emotions. And very quickly, I think they can figure out certain things and how to operate certain things, and maybe not understand fully what all our technology does, but I think they can understand at least the human aspect of interactions, emotions, intent. maybe pick up words, the meaning of words, can understand you, maybe your name, that person is calling you by their name, maybe understand phrases and stuff by association, like what your dog does, what your cat can kind of do. The dogs do it a lot better. But cats and dogs and horses and other domesticated animals do understand like our language and commands. They don't understand, the actual meaning and definitions and all that, but they associate words, especially dogs, certain breeds of dogs, especially like German shepherds and working intelligent breeds of dogs, shepherds. They can understand like over 200 words and commands. Now they don't understand language and they don't understand the actual meaning of it, but they understand and associate and can learn pretty quickly what you want them to do using those words. And so it's not very hard for a higher intelligent creature than a dog to understand certain words and phrases and mannerisms, facial expressions. Your dogs, especially dogs and cats, but dogs understand your facial expressions and key in, and that's how they communicate. They don't understand the word, but once they learn what you want them to do by reading your face, by reading your body language, by trying to understand the best that they can until they actually figure it out, then they actually learn it, and then forever they understand. But a higher intelligent creature is going to be able to understand your face, especially if it's a humanoid face and already does that with its own kind. It's going to be able to pick up on human language, human tones, associations, and can analyze that, strategize, and learn a lot. Learn a lot from people. And why do they do that? Why do they observe people and try to learn as much as people? So they can avoid us, so they can stay away from us, so they can learn how dangerous we are, how really inadept we are when it comes to being in the woods and acknowledging them, since 99.9, I don't know what it's not so high anymore, but I would say 99% of the population, even if they would believe in Bigfoot, when they're out in the woods, they are totally oblivious of these creatures if the creatures are around them. I mean, so we're pretty much, not really a threat in that sort of way as much as we used to. We're polluting the environment, and in other ways, we're a much bigger threat than we used to. But say like 200 years ago and all that, there was no really camping. It was, you lived and survived out in the wilderness and stuff. You were always on guard. You would pick up on these creatures a little bit more. Now it's modern times. We're glued onto our phones, and even when we're camping, we're really not attuned to the environment on the level that we used to be. And so these creatures, I'm sure, understand that, really are exploiting that for their benefit and for their safety, because they can safely just be around us. They can safely move around modern people with more ease and less pressure and with less danger. I mean, on average, most people are not armed to the teeth like we used to be. Most, like 200 years ago, I mean, everyone was out in the woods, had weapons. Everyone, that was just the way of life. Now everyone has a phone. So, I mean, really, we're not really too much of a danger. They can scare us out an area pretty effectively. Our sense of the woods and stuff, it's not what it used to be. So we get the bush willies a lot. We get scared a lot, we get scared of the dark, get scared of these normal sounds of the woods. So Sasquatch, I think, in this time period, more than any other time period, I had a really good advantage, because we have had amnesia. We've forgot about them. As a culture, we're not. The Native Americans knew about them, guarded about them, even went to war sometimes. So We've forgot that. We wiped them out, forgot that. We don't acknowledge that as white people, even though we have our own sightings and stuff. It's not official, so we don't acknowledge that. And it really puts them in a position to where that's, keeps them protected and keeps them in a good place. So anyways, they watch people, they study people, and they can do that now without being the pressure of, worrying about us always shooting them, throwing spears, shooting them with bow and arrows as much as we used to, I think. There are definitely reports of people shooting them and stuff like that. We have a report in one of our areas of some drunken guy shooting them with a pistol, or shooting at something he heard in the bush. He doesn't know what he's seen. He doesn't know what it was. For all intents and purposes, it could have been another person. He could have shot someone. And it could have been another person at camp. Because obviously gun safety and all that wasn't a factor in that equation. Anyways, get this last little one loaded up, and then we'll play these ones. We'll play them, make sure they work for you guys the right way. Get the other ones loaded up. We'll go through some new audio if you guys want to, stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, pretty excited about a bunch of stuff that we're doing and got going on, and this new all this audio that pretty much we have all the audio from a lot of audio from almost 2 years worth that never got erased. That was supposed to get erased, but never did, which is fine now because actually we can go back and check some stuff a little bit more thorough, and some of the stuff we thought was lost is not. So, and it's actually kind of cool with the 168. I can add some of the audio pieces. There's definitely two. There's audio. So I was wearing it. I believe I'm wearing it in the one where it's I think the second night. It's the second night. It's the first time we all go out as a group. And we're split up in two groups, and the one group it's Mark Newbell, Stevie B's with us. It's me. It's some former Lost Cryptid members. It's I can't remember who was all with us. Maybe. Oh, Mogs was there from Mogan Monster. Mogs was, I believe he had a parabolic dish. I can't remember if I remember right. Mary Bayer Browning, but there was other people in the other group. Carrie Arnold was in the other group. There was other people with that, so I can't remember who was all in our group. I know Mark is. Anyway, so we have audio from that of pretty much us walking, and I believe we hear something, so possibly that's on there, which is pretty awesome because I didn't even realize that was saved on our end. All that was of course put on the hard drive, and so, but on our ends, I didn't realize that we still had that, so that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I know there's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the community, a lot of drama as always, but yeah. All right, so we got all those. Let me make sure that I don't have any more. So if you guys have any questions and stuff in the comments, you guys can always put them in. Doesn't, it can be whatever. We just will answer them to the best of my knowledge. We'll have some more shows coming up with the members. Where Tyler, as soon as he's done with his audio analysis, his 10-day back-to-back audio analysis. Hopefully some good stuff comes up out of that. We'll come do a show on all that, show you guys all that stuff. Got a new member. We'll have a show with him coming up. I'm sure he could have came on today. Actually, I just been so busy today and stuff. Then I wanted to do this audio, and then it's like it crashed. It's like, oh well, maybe I should have. But so anyways, we'll introduce him and stuff. He's already been on here, guests and stuff. Actually, Bill, our good buddy Bill and stuff. So you can watch interviews and stuff on him already, actually. But his spot has been always been open or available to him. It's just got a little dusty waiting. All right, I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to show this one Bigfoot call, but I don't even know where that would be at. Yeah, so I'm just really excited about going through the audio. Like I said, I've been on this audio kick because a lot of people you can hit plateaus as a researcher or just being in this. You can hit plateaus and you hit frustration plateaus of going out there of nothing happened. It gets frustrating. You hit this plateau of it's just BS and stuff. I've had enough. There's nothing happening. It's like, and sometimes you want to say that there's no freaking Bigfoot out here, and this particular era or whatever. And it's just the frustration and stuff because you want stuff to happen faster than it in reality it's going to happen. It doesn't happen every day. It's not going to happen every day. We just got to get over that. And then usually the best way to get over that is something happens, something amazing happens, and then you're like, of course, why was I a fool to ever think this is dumb, and to get frustrated because stuff doesn't happen. Get frustrated at other researchers, at the community. You can hit this plateau of frustration that way of feeling like why bother dealing with other people? Why bother trying to show people evidence? Why bother having a YouTube channel when you're dealing with the good, the bad, the ugly? It can be frustrating to people, spending the time and hours and hours and hours doing all this to very little in return, busting, paying money to get equipment and stuff like that. I mean, I personally don't like spend thousands I don't waste thousands of dollars doing nothing. I mean, if you're wasting thousands of dollars on research and you're not getting much, not getting anywhere, I would assume that would be very frustrating. And I would say that you just need to refocus your strategy a little bit, because it's not about money. There's plenty of channels. You go look at them. All of them have several thousands of dollars worth of different equipment, of thermals, of video, of audio. But yet, they really don't get the evidence. They don't really get good stuff. They don't get, close encounters caught on video. And so it's not about the fancy equipment. It's not about all the money or being able to fly across the country and, go to this place and go to that place. And it's like, well, you know, you should focus on one area at your own, one area in your own state that you can just hit up constantly, 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 so you can understand it 100% way better, have way, way, way more chances, continual chances to find stuff, and not, and then when you find stuff, you can keep going back to the air to try to get more. It's like, you know, it's like at 168 stuff. We went down there, had encounters, amazing time, and it's like I'm itching to go back, but it's like, I'm not going to go back for a while. So why invest all the money? Why invest to go to all these places when it's in reality you're only going to go there once. It's going to be a while before you go back. How can you really build up real interaction and relationship with these creatures like I want to? If you can't really get there all that much. One way, which is I hope in one way, is to make a memorable impact. A good first impression lasts, I think, with Bigfoot. They might potentially, I believe that if you make a first impact, they're might remember you, like me. Oh, this crazy bearded white guy out there who, acts goofy, goes in these extreme, goes in these swamps, does some goofy stuff, calls, blah blah blah, stuff that I kind of do. I do that Native American stuff. I hope that they would recognize me and stuff. Maybe they'll tell their buddies about me. I go to different places in Michigan. Maybe they, oh yeah, I remember that guy from over there. Yeah, I've heard stories about him. Blah blah blah. That's all speculation. That's 100% my speculation and maybe my hopes. But I think that, first impressions last, and they will probably remember you if you are a very unique person. You do something very unique. Your research is unique. You keep coming back at it. You're annoying, but you're respectful, you're peaceful, stuff like that. You get them to kind of like you. You get them to, be more curious and stuff. They're going to remember that. They're going to tell their buddies, as long as it's not taboo or whatever. We don't know. There's a lot of reasons why they don't interact with us. And honestly, it's their best policy that they don't interact with us, because interaction on a large scale leads to us, the majority of people, freaking out and wanting to kill them because they look like monsters. And sometimes they do hurt people like any other animal. Sometimes they might steal people and things like that. So a lot of people would just want to destroy them. But so I think, it's probably taught to them, like, you don't talk to humans, you don't interact with humans, it's bad. And, juveniles get in trouble by the adults, and adults, they do what they want, but, to each their own. I think it's always taught that you can't trust a human, they're dangerous, blah, 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 blah. It's about as much as you want to trust a grizzly bear out in the wild. What would you tell, you're going to go tell your kids, yeah, go ahead, interact with them, give them a peanut butter jelly sandwich and be friends. No. So it's really what I'm trying to do, what our research is striving to do. The ultimate goal is not the Patterson footage, is not getting this ultimate footage. It's interaction on film, but actual interaction, and breaking this barrier of that's separating us. This mistrust, this danger. I mean, they are a danger to us. We are a danger to them. There's a lot going on. So that's where I'm at. That's where we're at. We're about the evidence. We're about interaction, the real reality, not real stuff, not fantasy stuff. I don't want to go out there making up bullshit. I don't want to go out there showing you guys me, walking around in the woods, finding nothing. I can talk about the area. I can explain stuff, make a good video. A lot of you guys would like it. But to me, it's just like, it's not what we're about. We're not entertainment. We're not that. We have different videos in that. I've kind of experimented. You can look at the videos. We did a little bit of this, a little bit of that, kind of done this, that, breakdown videos, big semi-raw documentary type expedition videos, videos where I'm out in the woods talking, videos where I'm swamp in the woods, waist deep in water. I'm in a canoe. I shot a video. I'm just, in the middle of winter on the canoe and, moving it around and stuff like that. Nothing happens. It's good to watch, but at the same time, I feel like, to me, it's kind of almost a waste, spending hours doing that video instead of looking at evidence and working on a video about that, or learning, or reading books. I know we're about to get into audio and stuff, but I just purchased, just photographed just pictures of Michigan. This is old. What is this called? This is First Federal. This is the second volume of Michigan. That's what it's called. And this is let's see, 1979. And this is just pictures of Michigan, pretty much. I'm right-handed, so this is a little hard to do. Just beautiful pictures and stuff of Michigan and unique stuff like that. Little articles. Here's a very nice picture right here. $0.50. Picked up a book of kayaking in rivers in Michigan and stuff. There's some unique information on there, flipping through, that I thought would be beneficial to my research. Looking at information on that. Nothing to do with Bigfoot. This is just kayaking. Kayaking on rivers and stuff in Michigan. Nothing to do with Bigfoot. But there is some information in there that I think is valuable. Here's another book. Ecology and the Environment. 25 cents. And I like books and stuff, and like reading books and having a little bit of library and stuff. And it's kind of I like looking at older books and stuff, like this one, The Great American Countryside, A Traveler's Companion, field notes on animals, plants, historic sites, and the natural environment. And this is 1980. 1982. And so this is a great book, older book of the environment of North America and everything like that. That, I'm interested in. So, particularly, the Great Lake region. That's really why I got it. But overall, all of North America. And then an older book from, I think, the 60s. But, 1967. Rivers and Streams. The Life of Rivers and Streams. Even though some of that stuff is outdated and stuff, it's good information to learn, good information to understand, especially at that time period. That's what they were thinking. That's the understanding and stuff. So it's good, beneficial armchair research to learn, and easy to pick up, very cheap. 50 cents for soft covers. It was $1 for hard covers. Okay. Nice, easy, cheap way to learn, research, and to get a little collection of a library of research and stuff that you can point and say, yeah, I've read this and this is what I've studied and blah, blah, blah. Because, you want to, research and stuff. When it comes down to it, you want to be the best of the best. We're not weekend warrior bullshit. If you want to be good at this, you want to try to get the best, footage. You want to try to do this and not be like all the rest of the weekend warriors who just sit at camp and don't really do much. And there's nothing wrong with that. If that's all you can do, that's the only thing you can do. Hey, I applaud you because you're going out there and you are doing something. But if you're fit, you're able-bodied, and you're half-assing stuff out there, that's when it's a shame. It's shame on you. That's when I'm going to say, you got to step it up and do what you can, So if you want to be better at this, how do you do that? You want to get researching in the environment. You want to get out there. You want to armchair research. You want to read. You want to read books. Grow your brain. Make sure you exercise that. You want to exercise your body and stuff. A lot of people think, though, I can sit on the couch for a whole months and months and months. Then I'm gonna go out on a research expedition. I'm gonna go out and hike. I'm gonna go on to these different environments, these different terrains, different grades in the environment. I'm gonna be rolling and twisting my ankle and messing up my knee, breaking a hip, falling down because I didn't exercise. I didn't get my body into shape. I didn't hike. I didn't train. I didn't do anything besides sit on the couch all year. You're gonna hurt yourself. You're not really gonna. What do you think you're gonna do? Hike 10 miles in the woods? The reality of it is, if you want to be good at this, train, work out, get your body stiffen up, toughen up for the environment, for what you need to do. If you want to be serious about it. Hey, if you're older, you can't do this. If you're sick, you can't do that. I understand. Adapt. Do what you can do, and do it good. But I see some people out there who just sit at camp and they make the remark, well, I wait till everyone else goes to sleep and then I go out into the woods and do the investigation. It's like the people spend hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars to go there with you, go investigate with you, to hang out with you, to have experiences with you. And your strategy is to wait till everyone goes to sleep to go out there by yourself to have. What a jackass. So we don't, that's frustration. I see that because that's not what I want to do. That's not how I would do things. That makes me mad because it's like, how you don't have no integrity. You don't, and people still listen to that, flies over people's heads. They still, a lot of what people are drawn to is entertainment, stories. If people can talk good, can tell you a good story, can blow smoke up your ass, excuse my French, can sell you an idea, sell you a story. And sometimes that story, selling you that story or selling you the idea of something is more, just like people like that more than the reality of they like the idea more than actually putting it to reality. Fantasizing, strategizing about Bigfoot. A lot of people, spend, I've seen it, been around it a number of times. You get ready and stuff, you can strategize all you guys want, fantasize all you guys want about the expedition. But when you go on the expedition, none of that matters if you don't put the work in to do it. If you don't do the effort, if you don't leave camp, go on the woods to go do something. It doesn't matter how many hours and how many plans and stuff you strategize for. If you don't leave camp and to go and do something, it's never going to happen. You can strategize all you want and never get anything done. A lot of people love that strategizing about things, but it's a lot easier to think about it. Oh yeah, I can go out here. I'm gonna set out recorders and stuff. But when you go out there, it's like, oh wow, it's really hot out. It's 80-something degrees. I'm sweating. Wow, I gotta walk a mile over here. I gotta set one recorder out here. Then I have to walk way over here. I gotta do all this. I gotta go around a swamp because I'm not gonna go walk through a swamp. Most people, I will walk through a swamp. Most people will be like, oh, I gotta walk around the swamp. And they get lazy. They don't want to do the work. So then they're like, wow, I won't place this one as far. And well, they make excuses, half-ass shit. They don't do what needs to be done. Why? Because they fantasize, oh, this is so easy. And then it's like, oh, wow, man, the mosquitoes are sure biting me. Man, I hate this. I don't want to deal with this. All these mosquitoes biting me. It's like, I laugh. It's like, yeah, duh. What do you think was going to happen? Mosquitoes are going to bite you. Guess what? They're going to be out all night. They're going to be out tomorrow night. They're going to be out the next night. Are you going to get used to it? Or are you going to just be a sissy and go inside each and every night because they're biting you? Did you not know that was going to happen? Yeah, bug spray sometimes works. Doesn't work all the time. It wears off. I mean, I understand. Hey, people's people. I mean, to each his own. But like, when you talk a big talk and you act serious and you try to talk this big game and talk yourself up, then when stuff it's time to act and put the work in. You should put effort. Maybe you won't actually like reach. You can talk a lot of shit. Maybe you won't reach all that stuff that you talked, but if you try, you just put the effort in. That's what. That's all it is, man. Just do the work. Just try. But if you talk all that talk and you don't try, you don't even try. I mean, that right there shows me that you're not real, because you can be an armchair researcher. You can, and you'll go out there and try, and you just try and put effort in. I will look at you like you're more of a researcher than some of these people who are just acting out here, because that's what they are. They're actors. And it's pretty easy to spot when you're with them. It's easy for me to spot, I guess. Everyone's at different levels, different experiences with people. Can read people. Sometimes I can read people. Sometimes I've been wrong, and it's bit me in the butt behind a little bit later. With this person was completely 180 degrees, not the person I thought. But you learn and stuff. So, all right. Sorry, I had to do another thing on the computer, but it's all done and stuff. So I know I keep going on and not showing the audio, but I'm not trying to on purpose. So yeah, and I think this next year we're gonna have a conference. We're gonna try to have a public camp out where it's gonna be an open invitation, where we're gonna have to approve the people to go, but it's kind of gonna be open to you guys. Some of you guys in chat, definitely would want you guys to come. You guys, some of you won't really need some of you guys I would have no problem and stuff, but some people need to be vetted and stuff, because I don't know any of you guys and stuff, so you'd be out in the woods. You guys gonna have to trust me and stuff, and I have to trust you guys too. And if I have a bad feeling stuff, sorry, but I just don't want you in the woods with me. That's just how I am anymore, because my experiences with people, because it's always drama. It doesn't always doesn't end well. So, but we're gonna have a kind of open invitation for you guys to come. If you ever come to Michigan, just hit me up and we can figure out and try to do something with you guys. But we'll have the conference and stuff. We're gonna have people at the conference. We're gonna invite them to come camping with us. We'll let some of you guys know out there if you guys want to come to do that. And so that's gonna be fun. So I think that will be pretty easy. We'll be like everyone else. We'll be doing basically a nice, easy camp out, walk on the trails. If you're more physically fit and stuff, go off trail and stuff. And if you're really can handle yourself well, and you want to test your mettle, then we'll go a little bit more extreme with the lost cryptid style swamp walking, or just honestly just we'll go off trail a little harder than what you would go in with other people and stuff. You like the BFRO, you can spend $300 right now and go for 2 days a weekend, and you're not going to go that hard off trail. You're not going to, you might have experiences, you'll learn a lot. You'll probably learn the basics and all that. But in terms of going out in the woods, going off trail, going somewhere deep, and going in the shit, as they say, that's not happening. Liability issues and all that, and I fully understand that, but it's more of a, I would say, kid course of going out in the woods. You're going to be on the kid friendly tour, whereas I want to be, sign a waiver, you might get hurt, type of, package. We can have the kid friendly stuff. Yeah, walk on the path, and that's easy. Well, you can sprain your ankle on the path, but like, we're gonna have to sign your waiver, and don't get too scared to piss your pants, because we're going, and we might have interaction, and we might, but that's how I am. I think that's way more fun, stuff like that. That's not true. I'm not anything special. I'm not brave. I get scared out there. I have thoughts and stuff. You just gotta get over it and stuff. I'll give you a good example, and then we'll get onto this audio. When I'm out there, one of these thoughts that comes to my head, especially when like I'm alone, is I'm going to be attacked out there, and I'm going to get multiple Sasquatches on all fours, spider crawling in the most creepiest way possible, and I'm going to see it coming, and it's going to be so freaky, and they're going to just like 4 of them at the same time pull me on the ground and start ripping me to shreds. And that scares the crap out of me. Just thinking about that in the middle of the night, you're by yourself, that would scare anyone, thinking about that. But you have to get that out of your head. You have to work through it and understand that, yeah, that could happen. That could happen at any time. But has it happened yet? No. Okay. Is it likely going to happen at this spot? No. Okay. Well, if it does happen, better get good with God and get it on film. What are you going to do, right? So you've got to get over it. It's not like we're brave. It's just like I guess I would say you learn to adapt. Each time you go out there, you get a little bit better. You'll hear people saying, I didn't even think about putting the camera up, or I was so shaky, or, I couldn't move, I couldn't react and stuff, because you got to practice having these encounters and getting scared and wanting to piss your pants, and then being able to be like, okay, I gotta make sure I'm filming it. I gotta make sure audio is going. I want to film it. I want to be in control of the situation so you can operate under duress. And that is not easy to do. You can't do that by thinking about it. You can help. It helps, but the only way to truly do that is to be in the situation to practice. And Sandra, that is the thought that actually does happen a lot. It probably happens every time I do go out, honestly, at nighttime by myself. And because I'm a normal human being, it's just, you have these thoughts. You can have thoughts like that, and it's scary. It's intimidating. It has kept me from maybe going in a particular bush. Maybe instead of going through the bush, I could take a wide path around the bush and stuff. And it's just goofy, because it's like, I'm out there for hours, nothing has happened. Why would you get scared to go through a bush and stuff like that? And that's just normal bush willies, as they say. You kind of got to get, used to it. Your eyes adjust to the darkness, and, get really just be attuned with the sounds and everything like that. So, in all my most of the experiences, besides one, Sasquatches have always been curious, never aggressive. Have always kind of like always let me know that they were there a little in some subtle way, and then you can conclude that if it is Sasquatch by I like to hear, if you hear something, this might be Sasquatch. Go 200 yards. Just go 200 yards somewhere else. If the thing follows you, it could be Sasquatch. If the Sasquatch sounds and Sasquatch activity follows you 200 yards away to a new spot, it's probably a Sasquatch activity, not a deer. So, anyways, we'll get done with that. I'm done. I'm going to put the audio on. Let me switch on over and do this real quick and be right back. Yeah, I apologize for that. I have no idea what's going on with that computer. It's echoing. It's getting feedback somehow, but there's I don't even know. That's so stupid. Okay. I don't know. That's ridiculous. All right, let me figure out this real quick, and then I'll try to do the audio. I apologize for blowing your eardrums off. I shouldn't have done that. The first time we did this without a hitch. The second time we did this, we did it with the audio with the headphones in, and the only problem was it was a little low and stuff. And every other time, it's been more issues, and it's like I don't understand how we're having more issues when it was working pretty much fine the first two times. It's the same setup, same everything. Huh. But nevertheless, we will get this going for you guys. I can do some things if we have to do this differently. But I appreciate everyone's patience and stuff. This is
Just how it is when it's live, Things happen. Anything can happen when it's live. This is not a pre-recorded show. I like to be live. I like to be on the spot. I like to roll with the punches, whatever's going on. Anything can happen. We've had some pretty interesting stuff, random stuff happen. So, well, if this doesn't work, this audio stuff doesn't work right now, I'm gonna just put the link in the live in the chat, and maybe you guys can just come on and talk because I don't understand why this isn't working. I had this all set up. Other than it got reset and all that, updated, blah blah blah. I already tested everything out. Everything was working. Audio was boosted. There was no echo. I just it reminds me of how we used to have technical issues a year or two ago, where we'd go live and me as the host, I'd get kicked out or it'd freeze on my end and the show would still be going and all sorts of crazy stuff. All right, so this should be loading. I should configure this. It should hopefully go. I'll just straight up only use the computer. It's not running. It is running. It's not running. But this better. So, anyways, yeah. It's not running. Launch, anyways. So yeah, I've been just got these books, kind of read them and stuff. Learn a little bit, get reminded of some things. I'm really interested in the river books and stuff because I think Sasquatches are pretty much aquatic apes. They're very um, adapted to rivers and swamps and waterways, marshlands. In fact, that you always hear of them associated with swamps, disappearing in swamps is a huge thing, and a lot of people go missing in swamps too. And I believe it's my belief, and some others, and I've got this and talked to a researcher here in Michigan, Phil Shaw. Shout out to him. He does the West Branch, Michigan Bigfoot conference. He does one in April, and he does a little one, smaller one, in September. But me and Phil have talked about this, and I've done an interview on here with Phil Shaw. You can watch that interview. We talk about this. The natives talk about this too, and that they lived in swamps, they lived underwater, like maybe like beavers and stuff, where they don't make a beaver dam or a beaver hut out of wood, but they go underneath the rivers and the creeks and underneath the shelf or underneath a water hole and dig out a den, like an alligator den, and slip in underwater, go up in there, with some air and stuff, and they hide out in there. Maybe give birth in there. Maybe these aren't permanent dwellings. Maybe these are like little honey holes that they can go hide in, little safety dens. But it's my belief, and you can research and look at this, but a lot of Sasquatch disappear in swamps. A lot of Sasquatch disappear where there's water. They disappear in water. They're very good swimmers. So it's my belief and stuff, and among others, that they are. Okay, so this is going. Sound check should be good. That's good. Okay, because this is all right. All right, we'll check that. So, they're going in the water, they're underneath the water, and we know, and I've talked about this before, that there's karst systems, karst topography, karst, K-A-R-T, K-A-R-S-T. It's a very unique type of land topography, geography, and basically, it's basically underground waterways and water systems and caverns and deep underground caves, deep underground water shafts, aquifers, stuff like that. It's pretty much all connected in the same way. So basically, it's very unique and very undiscovered landscape inside the earth of huge waterway systems, huge aquifers, huge lakes, underground oceans, underground massive bodies of water that are connected with hundreds and thousands of different shafts, dead ends, some that go to the surface, some that don't go to the surface, some that could go to, and we do know in Michigan, I've read this, and in other places the same way. There's certain swamps and stuff that are basically like a kitchen sink, and at the very bottom is the drain, and the drain is plugged up by all the soot and dirt and all that. But every once in a while, that plug gets sucked under and stuff, and or a little bit, so it drains and stuff, and it regularly does this. It drains and it has different water levels throughout the year, which is normal. But sometimes the plug massively collapses and drains massive amounts of water, or the whole swamp, or the whole lake. In some cases, we have documentation of this, where the whole body of water disappears into the plug, and then eventually it gets plugged in again, and then it fills up. But all that water and fish just disappeared into the earth. We have no idea where it went. We have some in Michigan. We have some documentation of this water and these fishes getting spit out miles and miles and miles away on the surface again. But they went through a great underwater journey and got popped back out somewhere else, which does prove that there are underwater water systems and waterways connected that we have no idea. Because we can't go down there and like research down there. It's diving suits and all that, air tanks. You can't bring enough air to be down there. You can't be down there long enough to research anything, because if you're down there and you're going down deep enough, well, now you have to wait on decompression time. So like now you're down there, now you're adding up. You can be down there and so deep and so long. Now you can have to spend 24 hours in the water. So it's just such an environment, such a crazy place that we just can't get into, can't safely navigate. Even cave systems, deep cave systems, are hazardous to flooding and water levels and stuff like that. It's a very extreme risk. So if they are able to get into these cave systems, to get in these karst topography systems, to be able to breach sometimes the plugs of these things, to breach, and you can look at the GIS surveys, GIS information on swamps and on karst topography, and you can look at this. The very bottom of what it says is the swamp is not the bottom of a swamp. It's more like muck, and then there's more strata, and there's finally a bottom and stuff. So they might go in and push through stuff that us as humans would think that's impossible, or like going through a quicksand. Sometimes quicksand, is a bottoms out, and you can hit bottom. Well, maybe they jump into one of these holes, they bottom out to a chamber to where they can navigate, they can hold their breath long enough, they can navigate to a chamber that opens up to one of their dens, stuff like that. That kind of sort of thing. And this is all speculation. but this is stuff that I've gathered and I've kind of thought as where they're going. They don't just disappear into a portal. But I believe that they do, or they are going places, because if in winter we should find their tracks, we would find, hey, they're sleeping on the ground. We would be able to track them a heck of a lot more. But if something is going on in winter where they're going somewhere, they're going to a place to where it's like a cave. It's like an undiscovered cave. It's like, we don't know where they're going in this area, but we know they're going somewhere and they're hunkered down. All right, so let's see if this worked. I'm about to go on. So prepare you guys yourself. I don't want to blow your eardrums out. Warning you right now. I'm going to get completely out of this, so there is no echo on my end that way. I will be back and we'll see how this goes. Can you guys hear me now? All right. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me All right, guys. Sorry about that. Try it again. I don't know. It just seemed like the audio wasn't working on my end. You heard me for a second. Okay. All right. Well, that's what happens, when you go live and in our professional Hollywood studio with, thousands of dollars that we get to be able to do all this efficiently and stuff like that. All right, let's try this again. We'll get this loaded up. If not, we'll change gears. We'll do something completely different, and it's a little frustrating. I want to show you guys stuff, but you know what? I'll just put it on the video, the YouTube, for you guys. I'll just put each clip on there and a description and the explanation, I guess, of the thing of it. Could this be the possibly calls of coyotes? Are this misidentified Bigfoot calls? Are these, well, it's either going to work or it's not, I guess. I don't know. There you go. I would say, I see you guys in the comments making a comment about small town monsters. And yeah, they do a lot of documentaries and stuff, and they're really good documentaries and stuff. I would say that's more entertainment and stuff. They do go out there and they try, and they do a damn good job of documentaries. And I definitely can't do that right now, and nor do I really want to. That's not really what I'm about. I mean, honestly, I have reached out to Alex and stuff, and hey, if they want to come to Michigan and do some stuff, and they want hopefully maybe some stuff to happen, we're all for it. And I had no problem going out there with those guys and take them to some areas where you can hopefully get interaction, real deal interaction, and go out there, not just they're supposed to. The way I haven't watched all their stuff. I'll be honest, I haven't watched every single thing they've put out. I've watched some of the stuff for sure, and it seems like they go out and they kind of do what the research, whatever the researcher in that area does, they kind of mimic and do that. So like the researcher, it doesn't go out and do anything, then unless they go out and do something, they're not. They're doing what the researcher does in that area. So I think that might be why some of the times some comments, as you guys say, they're not doing nothing. But I think it's just they're out there, they don't know the area, they're with these researchers who are supposed to be do something, and maybe they just sit at camp and hopefully get activity. Okay, which is fine. Okay, but if you're gonna sit at camp and hope for activity, which is I personally think is a dumb strategy as a researcher. It isn't. I understand the merit of it. Okay, I understand you want to act like a camper, blah blah blah. There are more camping sightings, blah blah blah. Get them relaxed, get them curious, blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, but what separates you from 99% of all the other campers that roll through there? Or if there's another camp in there with you, campers, what's separating you from them? You want to be unique. You want to stand out. You want to like, why would they want to sit at your camp watching you compared to everyone else? Unless you're employing something unique, the strategy is just luck. It's not increasing your chance of actually getting activity, in my opinion. All right, here we go again. I'm gonna kick myself out and we'll do this.
All right. Well, it's not working. I don't know if it's the Wi-Fi. Now it won't even load up to get into the stream now. So um, I'm gonna keep trying. I'll be on here, but probably just we'll throw the link in the show. Have someone you guys come on, ask some questions. Ask questions about whatever. Give my opinion and stuff on it. That's kind of sucky. I don't know. I checked everything. The speed and everything's all right. And I did fix the speaker thing issue, so yeah, it's just going slow. Whatever. So.
So whatever. I'll show you this picture real quick of a bear in a tree, hanging in a tree, right? And so kind of the backstory. I don't know the full backstory. I don't know 100%, but supposedly, this might be possible evidence of Sasquatch doing this. And as you can see, the bear is presumably impaled in the tree. And so these are one of the photos that you don't see every day that you can find. In some great, if real good researchers and real good groups, maybe they'll have that photo and stuff. But you can find this on the Michigan Gumshoe Guys, Michigan Bigfoot Sightings and Reports Facebook group. With this and other unique photographs you won't find anywhere else, and some that you will, and some are, not as obviously interesting as this, but. This is one of those photos that you don't see every day. One of those photos of some strange happenings out there. So I always like showing that for you guys. All right, we're gonna try this one more time, and if it's done, it's done. I don't know. I'm good. Can't get too frustrated at it, right? It's either gonna happen or it's not. But I feel like it. I'm disappointed in my. It's just like, man, I had this ready to go. It was supposed to be working. It was working. And now it's just not. That's all right. So I'll show you guys this photo right here. This is the only photo that we've put up and actually say Sasquatch. And this photo, I 100% believe that there's Sasquatch in this photo. There's one on the tree right there. Obvious. Clear as can be. You can see an arm. You can see the body. You can see the face. You can see eye sockets. You can clearly see that is something hanging off the tree. And if you look down to the right at the smaller tree, there's a possible Sasquatch behind that tree right there, actually looking at this. And this was actually photographed by Val Zavala, who runs the Gumshoe Guys Corner. Right there is the one hanging off the tree. Snapped this, seen the one, and I 100% believe that is a real Bigfoot. Real Bigfoots in those photographs. Real evidence. In my opinion, I believe that's the best Bigfoot photograph I've ever seen, that I 100% believe in. And I'll keep saying that. I don't care if other people's, don't agree with it, or it's not good enough, or blah blah blah. I don't care. I've been doing this long enough. I know when I see that picture, it hits everything that I look for. It's there. It's real. It's reality. Believe the guy 100%. Integrity 100%. 100% everything. And that is the only photograph that I would say 100% is Sasquatch that we show, that we back here at the Lost Cryptids Conservatory. And I'll play that again for you guys. So there's one in the tree, obviously, but there's one to the right of that tree. It's black. It's a black Sasquatch. And you can see it that the tree is smaller than the Sasquatch. The Sasquatch hangs out on both sides of that tree. And you can kind of so anyways, but the one in the tree is the one that you get the most detail. You can see the shaggy hair off the arm a little bit. It's auburnish, reddish color. Its face appears to be hairless around the cheeks and stuff, but has hair around like the rim of the face and stuff like that, as it appears to be. If you really look and you try to look at the details, there's eye sockets there. You can clearly see it. You know, that is top of the line, the 1% of the Bigfoot photographs, the best of the best. That is one of them. That is in one of the top of the top in terms of the story behind it, the guy who presents it, the evidence of it. Just look at it. I mean, in my opinion, that is up there with the best of the best that we can prove is not a hoax, not a fake, not from someone who's a known hoaxer, but has a and very great integrity, has the background to prove it, to show it, you know, method, and you can see his research right now. He's I rely upon him for information that no one else in the whole community, in fact, the whole United States and what I've ever seen has. No one else has it. No one else has the information. No one else is putting the work in the way that he does. I'm not. I'm not capable of it. Majority of people are not capable of it. Nor do I don't even have the time to do that. It's just spend hours and hours and hours going through reports, cataloging, categorizing into data points. That is just in and of itself a whole nother full-time thing that I very much appreciate that someone that's doing it, he is doing it. And so when he's out in the woods and he captured that, or you know, when he showed me that, on top of everything else that I know and stuff, I back that. I stand behind that. So that is the photograph that we stand behind. That was photographed here in Michigan, in a well-known hotspot in Michigan. Well-known hotspot in Southeast Michigan, where we've, you know, an area where not in that exact spot, but you know, a couple miles in either way, we've had encounters, we've had interaction, we've filmed stuff on here, having rocks being thrown. All right. All right, we're gonna switch out and do all this good stuff.
This should work. We'll see you on the other side. Hopefully. I'm going to be checking the sound, so if you guys can't hear me and stuff, you let me know. I'll do a thumbs up, thumbs down, something like that. All right.
Can you guys hear me? All right, yeah. So uh, I got it. I'm on here. You guys can hear me. Audio's fine, right? Now I can't get the camera to work, right? To show you guys that how hilarious is this? Just one thing after another. I know the audio's working because I can hear it off the phone. But it's not letting me. It's not letting me start the camera. That's hilarious, though. Um. Okay. Just give me a second. I'm gonna put this. Let me try to fix this. See if I can switch the camera back. Maybe that'll work. All right. Now we got audio. Now you guys can see me. So we're running off the computer. It's running fine. It seems like everything's good. So it's not the computer necessarily in the Wi-Fi stream. It's more or less OBS what I'm using. I guess I'll have to mess with it later. So yeah. Well, okay, whatever. There's no echo on your guys' end, nothing like that, right? I could try to. I'm gonna try to do it the old-fashioned way, the way they want me to do it. Maybe I could actually share the screen this way. I'm sorry, I'm trying to I'm trying to think and do this at the same time. Some share the same audio. Yes. Okay. All right, I think that this might work. so frustrating. This is frustrating. You know what's more frustrating is that the way that I'm doing it now, I've tried dozens of times through StreamYard and it won't let me. And if it lets me do this all of a sudden now, I'm gonna just laugh so hard because it's just it's just playing games with me. It seems like. All right. Well, if you guys can see this, we're gonna play the audio. Let me put the spectrogram on here so you guys can see everything. Looks like it's there. A little bit of delay on my end, so as you can see right here, we have these three balls right here, these two big ones, and this little one that's faded off. This is already enhanced and stuff. I've done a high pass and low pass. Basically, I eliminated all the high end and low end sound to try to isolate this a little bit. But I'm not going to play this one first. I want to play. Well, I guess I will play this one first. Alright, I'm just trying to trying to listen to this. So let me know what you guys are getting. Are you guys able to hear this or not? I can amplify this. This is where the feedback needs to come in because I don't want to blow you guys' eardrums off if you guys can hear the sound. And what is going on? Oh. I'm playing something? Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. Alright, let me play this one more time. Alright, so we're going to amplify this then for you guys. If you guys can't hear, that's okay. I'll put it on the YouTube. But these are some pretty unique sounds right here. That could be Sasquatch, that could be coyote calls. Or a unique coyote call. I'm still looking on it. Oh yeah, okay, that's fine. We only need to do it just a little bit. Ooh, jeez, that's gonna be loud. Okay. Alright, so prepare. So this, man, that looks pretty bad. I don't want to blow your guys' eardrums off. It shouldn't be that loud when I did this, but alright, screw it. We're gonna play it. It's gonna be loud, but you might be able to hear the So it's gonna be loud. There's gonna be like a background white noise. That's gonna be loud, but you want to try to hear these howls where these lines are. All right, so we're gonna play that. I just warned you right now, so just be prepared. We'll play it a few times. Let me get my phone set up because I want to be able to hear it off my phone too, to try to gauge the sound on here. Just give me 1 second. I know you guys can see me, and so if this is working, then I don't, we'll be able to show things off here, I guess, without a problem. I used to. The problem was it would crash my computer. It wouldn't work. It would slow down. It wouldn't even play. All right, so here we go. Yeah, that's incredibly loud. Well, I can't. There's nothing. All right, so here we go. Okay, so it sounds like on my phone you actually can hear it, which would be good. Okay, so it sounds like on my phone you actually can hear it, which would be good. Awesome. I'm glad that it sounds like I can hear it off the phone at least. If someone in the comments can
Awesome. I'm glad that
let me know, that would be helpful. I know we lost some people and stuff because I was messing around and all that, and I apologize, but it's just how it goes. Now that we got it working, we're gonna play some of this other audio, and it sounds like I can hear it off my phone, so you guys should be able to hear it. And so these are some suspect calls. They sound squatchy, but that doesn't mean that they are. And so, so basically, I'm going to investigate these. I want to check out, see if I can find any related sounding calls. Maybe pass these on to other researchers, see if they can recognize it off the bat, stuff like that, or they have corresponding stuff. Alright. Get this over to the spectrogram. And so on this one you can also see it, and it's pretty light. These are in the background and stuff. These are not right next to the recorder, very loud. So I had to, do some work and eliminate. There was a car going by and it flooded this, so I had to eliminate all that noise. And hopefully you can hear this one on your phone without any speakers, or I mean headphones like I got. So it's kind of, this one you obviously is the one you can hear. You can barely hear this one, and then there's some other stuff right here. Sweet. So it does sound like you guys can hear that. You guys are able to hear that off the phone. At least my phone is, which is really good. Because it makes me happy. Because I, you know, could provide you some quality stuff without all this bull crap going on. Okay, so I'll play it one more time, and then we're gonna talk about it a little bit more. Alright, so basically, this first howl is maybe a little suspect. The second howl is maybe a coyote. It's in response. And then you have coyotes actually going off, which would be right here. They're yipping, they're starting to yip, and they actually howl a little bit and yip, 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 yip. And so, a good example is what people were like, oh, I heard a Sasquatch call inside the coyotes, or there was a Sasquatch call and then the coyotes went off. It's mostly what people are hearing is this first call, and then the responding call, which most likely is coyote. What is going on is they're hearing this unique call, and the responding call to it, and it sounds squatchy, and people think it's a Sasquatch call when it's not. It's um, coyotes and stuff. Now, it would be very unique if we had a call, and then the coyotes get respond to that and stuff. But I don't believe that this is what's going on here. I think this is just one of those unique calls that when you typically think about coyotes, you don't typically hear it, but it's just this lone call. A little different than the other one we just showed and seen. The other one doesn't have coyotes around it. So we'll play this one more time, and then you can hear the coyotes in this section. All this little color right here, right here, right here. These are barks and yips from coyotes, and then right here, again. So this one first, it does sound a little different than normal coyotes. It does have a little bit different tone. But the coyotes obviously get stirred up by it and responded to it. So you don't just say, "Oh, that's a Sasquatch call," because it sounds different. Oh, the Sasquatch call. No, you don't. You can, opinions on it and stuff like that. And it's not that good. It's not that loud and stuff, so it's not the best quality. But that is okay, because, it's something. And to be able to identify it and bring it out and stuff, to show it and see it a little bit, it does help. It's good practice and to know what you're looking for and to hear. What am I doing? So I can't see any comments and stuff like this. I know audio's still good and stuff like that. Let me know in the section. I want to hear some comments. I know I see people watching. Let me know if you guys can hear the audio and stuff. So, okay, where is this one? What is going on here? Okay, I believe I think there's only just this. I can't remember. All right, so we're gonna play this, and I'll figure out and then explain explain what's going on. Oh, okay, yeah. This is what it's I think was really interesting. More interesting than those other calls. Okay. Yeah, so these are the ones that we tried to do in the live stream, the live show, and we found them and stuff, but we couldn't hear them. You guys certainly couldn't hear them, and I said, oh, I'll work on it and try to figure out what it was, and so that's what we're gonna do right now. Let me eliminate this, and so I was able to bring it out a little bit more, and I'll try to do that for you guys right now. And see if we can bring it out more for you guys to be able to hear, because I have this saved in this is the normal unedited version, and then I have a two more files that I enhanced, but I'm going to enhance it for you guys and show you guys and see if you guys can hear a difference on the live show. And now this, I think, well, hopefully if you guys can hear it, you know, I won't really have to explain much. My girlfriend about fell over and busted her ass. Oh, man. So hopefully you guys can hear it, and I won't really need to explain much for a reaction, and then we'll get into it. So I need to zoom in a bit more. I'm getting so distracted by... She's okay. She's okay. Alright, so as you can see right here, this line right here is the vocals. Right here and right here. And you can see there is something there. We'll move it a little bit. There's 3 of them. There's that one, and then that one. Right there. And again, these are far away from the recorder. They're not, if they were very close, they'd be super bright, they'd be loud. But so we're going to first we'll play it one more time, then we'll start doing the enhancements, see if you guys notice the difference. It kind of does sound like you guys can hear a little bit about it. that right there. You can hear the first a couple segments, but what we are going to do, let's see. First, we're going to do let's see if we can amplify it a little bit without blowing your guys' eardrums off. Let's go slowly. But I think this might be well, I'm just going to enhance it a little bit more for you guys. That's too loud. Way too loud for you guys. So before, try to amplify. Amplifying is just going to amplify everything. So instead, let's just eliminate the low end and the high end. Or the low end first, because that's usually what's going to help. And then maybe we can mess around with the other stuff. So we do a high pass filter, which is actually the opposite. We're going to do the frequency level, the hertz level, which is this. So 350 should be okay. So basically, I'll show you. Sorry for that beep. If you guys heard that, I apologize. So as you can see, it's going to blacken and eliminate everything under 350, and it's going to keep darkening it. So we're going to keep doing that a few times. And you don't want to do it too much to where it starts distorting the stuff, but this does help a little bit. Just helps eliminate some of the static background. You'll still hear the high end right here, though. So let me know in the comments right now. Can you guys hear that? Did that help? Did it make it better? And what are you guys hearing? So yeah, I want to know. So just give me a quick I'm gonna test it out. I'll check on the YouTube and stuff. But you guys should be able to hear it. Hopefully you can hear it. It sounds like it. And I'm gonna play it. I'll play it a couple more times because I think you can hear it at this level. I don't need to keep messing it up. So, yeah. So let's play it. That is awesome. So yeah, to me, I can hear it on my phone. So if I can hear it off my phone, 1 minute. Go ahead. My hair's all messed up. My hair's doing its wacky thing. I don't care. I'm excited. You guys can hear it. I can hear it off my mobile device. So I'm assuming you guys can. Which is great. That means that this is working at the proper levels. And so what are we hearing? I'm gonna play it one more time. What are we hearing? That is the good question. Well, it's very peculiar. I'll say that. It's definitely more unique than those howls that we made. And can you guys guess why? That would be because it's not single tones. It almost sounds like what we would say samurai talk is. Chatter. You know. In one particular section, there's multiple syllables to the communication, to the word or whatever is being spoken. And it's very interesting. So let's go over it. Let's go over each one. That yah sounds like a yah. You hear it? And then you have a response. So you have a yah, huh, or something like that. It's some type of response. You have a yah. If you can see it, let me why is that? Let me adjust this so you guys can see it a little bit. So what you have here is you have this yah or whatever spoken here. Let's say at about 1200 hertz. Then you have the response at about 750 or about 800 hertz right here. You can see it lined up right there. And so we'll play it. Dang it. That yeah, huh. And so this is a louder tone, softer tone, bassier tone. And then you have this right here, another yah, but it's not as loud. It's not as long as duration. It's very short. Let me zoom in even more, so you guys can kind of see. Hopefully, one more. It's not going to be too bad. The more you zoom in, the blurrier it's going to get. The lines become. This is the line you see from right here, right here. It's a little harder to see. Let me back it up. Right here, the yah, ha, the response. Then you have this one right here. You have little ones right here. It's barely being picked up. Oh yeah, let me adjust this spectrogram a little bit. So do 2500. Now this is going to change it and stuff, so hopefully this might be a little bit better to view. Give it a second. It's a little harder to see, maybe a little different to see. It's going to make it a little wider so we can see it. So here is the first sound. At you can see the range here. It actually starts around say 1150, and then it jumps up to 1200 in that range right there. Up. You see the duration of it. And then you see this is the response. This is the other call. So let's play this again. So you go yah. Right there, yah. You can see how this is a lot longer than this. It's very short, single slash. And you can see that there's other stuff being picked up, but we just can't hear it. It's too far in the background. And then right here we have more interesting, very interesting. Two different sets. One's lower, and then the other set's higher. And it's very fast. And so this is the two-syllable word. I don't know what's going on. It's just two syllables. And when you put it all together, it does really sound like there's some a possible communication. I mean, I don't know. You know, I wish it was just closer to the recorder. I wish it was right up to the recorder because this would really be something interesting to really hear. So we're gonna back out just a little bit so we can fit it all on the same screen, so we can see it as it happens. So there's this ya, huh, another ya, and then this multiple syllable. Three syllable like wakata, like wakata, waka, wakata. I don't know what even what is being said and stuff. I'm just using like, some type of phrase and words that it's kind of like it sounds like to me. Wakata. It's very fast spoken too. So like yo, yo, yokata. And some type of vocal right there, which is very interesting, and then nothing on the on that recorder. And then there's another possible small howl, but it's way in the background that you can't hear nothing. It could be anything. So, but this is a little bit more definitive than a little bit more something than just coyotes. A little bit more than birds. A little bit more interesting with the way that the syllables and the what we're hearing than the normal animals. Now, I can't say it's 100% Bigfoot, but I think it's definitely a little bit strange and abnormal sounds and communication that we're hearing, where it does sound like, when I first heard this and stuff, to me it did kind of sound like communication of some type. And I could be completely wrong. This could be this could be a beaver. I'm pretty sure it's not a beaver, but you know what I mean. It could be something I'm just overlooking or something. But so that's why I want to present. I want to figure out what it is. I'm gonna send it to some people. Maybe they already know. They can figure out. Maybe they are interested in it. So that's what we're about. It's we're trying to share our information and data and stuff, and trying to send it to other people to be vetted maybe a little bit. Maybe they have a little bit more knowledge on these particular sounds or have sounds like it that are kind of squatchy, that are related. I know that there's this one researcher he might find interesting because it does sound like communication, and it's like communication, like words, like it's not English obviously, but it's syllables to the words. Yaha, yah, ha, response, and it doesn't sound like a normal animal. Normal animals, you know, I mean, think about it. Vocal animals at nighttime are usually owls or birds, and they don't really have deep voices. You know, that sounds deep. Um, Coyotes and stuff, they don't really have a deep like voice and stuff. You know, they don't make these type of noises right here. They make high pitched noises and squeals and yips and stuff, which I'm probably gonna load up and show. I can just hear that. I'm telling you right now. I'm just hearing that. That's not a coyote. I mean, that can be eliminated. That's not a coyote. That's, you know, it sounds beefy. It sounds like it has a beefy tone to it and stuff. So now this is at 1200 hertz right here. This is about 750, 800 hertz right here. You can see, which is interesting right here, which is I don't know how this is going on, but there's four different registered sounds right here. There's one lower, one higher. Right here you see it better. You can actually see it starts. Well, we're gonna zoom in on this because this is kind of interesting. We zoom in more. I know it distorts this now, and it kind of blends into the background, but just bear with me. So right here, you can actually see that there is something lower right here. You could see it better when it's not zoomed in, but there's a little bit of a lower right here, and then above the cursor right here, that dot right there, that is what we're hearing. There's two sounds right here. Right here. You can see it. There's two dots right there and above. I know you can barely see it and it's distorted now, but the very top dot, its body, it hangs, it starts first. So there's this high pitched sound first, and then automatically and at the same time there's a low pitched sound that happens at the same time. So we'll play this. Wukata. So it's pretty interesting. Hopefully you guys are hearing that. I don't know. I'm not looking at the comments. Maybe you guys can't hear nothing. I don't know. I know when I tested it, it sounded good on my phone. So you can see it right there. Maybe that's not actually as loud as I'm thinking. It's three syllables, so maybe it's this one syllable here, second syllable, third syllable, really fast. That's what it sounds like. First syllable, second syllable, third syllable. And of course this right here, up here, is not really getting read. Pretty interesting stuff. So yeah, that was actually the newest one from June 2022 that we just discovered. It's one of the things that we're working on. We're kind of interested on it. It sounds good. We're gonna let other people know. This was the first place that it was heard. No one else has ever heard it, besides the team members. Um, so hopefully you guys can hear that. Hopefully, if you guys can't, don't worry. It's not an issue on your guys' phone. It's actually very hard to hear. It's low. It's in the background. It's almost impossible to. On my end to enhance it further. Maybe someone has better programs. Maybe someone knows a lot more than I do can work on this. And that's why we put it out there. There's stuff out there we need to enhance better. There's stuff out there that I believe if someone has better equipment and all that can enhance some of the stuff a lot better and provide that. And that's why all our stuff is open for you guys to analyze, to you guys to pick apart or whatever you guys want to do to it. It's on YouTube. Doesn't matter if you're it's free and all that for you guys to cherry pick and all that. It's open. If we didn't want it to be put out, we wouldn't put it out. So I'm also thinking about putting just these full audio on the YouTube. If you guys want to listen to I think this was 11 and a half hours worth of audio to find 14 seconds worth of evidence, then you guys can go listen to 11 hours worth of audio, all you guys want. And I'm thinking about doing that. Maybe you guys can help point out some stuff. Maybe you guys can find stuff that maybe I missed, or maybe you guys can find stuff that it's interesting, about, and all that. And you know what? Do the work, and do it yourself, and try to help us out, and maybe you guys can understand just what we do. So, but yeah, it's literally, about 14 seconds worth of evidence in 14 seconds evidence in 11 hours and 30 minutes worth of audio that you have to find, that you have to sift through, that you have to listen to, that you have to look at. And I'll show you how it is. This is what you look, when it's at every second. And when this is full, you're scrolling, and it's like that. You're going that fast. And you can overlook this stuff very easily, especially in an audio file, and where it's like a bunch of bugs and there's birds and there's all this little stuff that you see all the time. You're gonna get frustrated. You're gonna want to skip over all this crap. You're gonna be like, that's just more birds. That's just more crap. That's just more wind. That's just more leaves brushing up against other leaves. But if you don't check every single little thing, dot, like this, there was times where it's like, man, this is just more of the same stuff. But it's not. It's actually evidence that could have been missed if I wasn't really paying attention and diligent enough to go through all of it the way it needs to be done. Because you can easily miss 14 seconds worth of stuff that looks like the same, because it's not loud, it's in the background, so it's not registering as anything loud, anything really, really good. But more often than not, what is going to be picked up on the audio and stuff is going to be in the background. It's going to be all that. I just want to make sure my audio's working, everything's working and stuff, right? Okay, good. Now these ones are so we'll play these ones again. Yeah, you definitely hear the coyote in this one. It sounds like. Actually, I think you can hear. It sounds like almost two coyotes. That's why you kind of have this like lower bar right here. This first one sounds like, like for most people, it would be like, oh, it could be something else. Then that sounds like coyotes, and then they actually start picking up. But I wanted to show this one because how easily, certain sounds out there could be sound squatchy, and maybe some people would have got this first one right here. And played it off as Sasquatch and stuff, but I mean, you can't do that. I mean, literally, if there's a coyote called right by it, responding to it and stuff, then they go all bark. I mean, it sounds very coyote-ish. It doesn't sound like this communication or this this right here. That is not no coyote. That is, to me, that is something interesting. Where are we at? 3 hours and okay. Well, I think I'll show you. I guess we'll share one more thing. No, that's not it. It's not it. Alright, yes, bear with me. This is kind of disorganized method and not really disorganized mess. It's a organized mess is what I call it. Right here. I'm gonna play this for you guys, and this is gonna be some audio from like 3 years ago. We did a expedition in Nuevo, and so here's some audio evidence that we got of some possible calls. There's some barred owls in there, and so we're gonna play this for you guys. This has never been heard, never been seen.
Yeah, sound like this way, right?
Yeah. Oh.
So we've got, we're figuring we're going to get moved in on. I think we're inside, if not the occupation zone, we're on the periphery of it for sure. We've got some really large tree structures around here and just really impressive stuff. Hear it? Go left again. Go left. More. Right there.
You have some? You hear that? Yell. that way, I think.
Another one. Yep, you hear that?
All right, so I was mistaken. That's audio that we played before. That was audio from the Upper Peninsula expedition that we did with Robert Crater that you can hear right there, and we caught some audio up there. I thought that was a different audio. That was it has like the same kind of thumbnail. So that was we have a different we have audio captured. I believe that was captured off of Robert's parabolic in that one, and then we have audio that was captured off of an audio recorder that I had at a different angle, and we have those and stuff. The other one I was going to show, it's not there, but as you can see, there's a lot of stuff that's named weird, funky names and stuff, so only I know what it is. Swamp tracks and all that. Here we have 3 hours worth of audio right there that has some stuff on there. It's pretty good. Here's actually some ones that 2022 September. We have a bunch of coyote calls on here, and there's actually some unique coyote calls, and there's actually one particular call that we had in response that was away from all the coyote packs that is kind of squatchy sounding, so I was going to play that on the Audacity for us to see, but we never did get around to that today. But that is okay. This is not where I wanted. It must be on the. I guess it's on the hard drives and stuff. If it's on here, but yeah, we have a lot of knocks. We have a lot of different audio. We have a lot of different stuff. We're gonna show this one. This one's good. I should get that in the Audacity, but we played that stuff before. It has a really good audio, good stuff. Here's some more possible communication that Tyler got. It's kind of hard to hear. I actually should try to work on that more, but it's not here. That's alright, that's alright. We'll show you guys this one right here, because this is the video. I dropped my phone, so I keep bending over here trying to. Just takes a minute. Get this loaded. You guys can watch this. It's a little clip of this audio, but it was filmed on the GoPro, so you guys can see it. Should be able to hear it, no problem.
Hear it because of that. What's up? What's that?
That's people.
It's people. Sounds like people. Come on.
hear it because of that.
We're gonna skip that one. We're gonna play the other one. We don't want to hear that. There we go.
Oh! Did you guys hear that?
What?
There was a response that way. I don't know what it was.
Holy.
So that first call, sounded coyote-ish, and then there's some other call that James responds to that doesn't really get picked up on the audio, and then former member Gabe does his call, and then there's a boop 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 boop, and it's very unique. That is a very unique sounding call response that I don't know what it is. It sounds very unique, and then the third response is after this when they're like, oh, it sounds like people. And so it's very unique, very unique. So that first one does kind of sound coyote-ish, but this second one is something that piques my interest as, something that's abnormal. So we'll play that again. I hate when it does that. And we have that enhanced and stuff. That's just the normal version right there. But I have all these audio tracks where it's boosted a lot better. So unfortunate thing about that is all of that footage is gone. All that footage wasn't shot right. That segment I think was a 15-minute segment that was shot, and luckily that was saved and shot the right way. The problem was all the other footage was shot in like hyperspeed, so there's no audio to it, and I can slow it down. Like I have where I slowed it down and stuff so you can like watch everything, but you can't hear nothing, so what's the point of that, right? But this audio that miraculously did get saved and stuff, it got picked up, and so we're lucky we have that. That's all that matters and stuff, because we're out there. The evidence matters. We're going out there, experiencing and stuff, and capturing the experience in real time, capturing the encounter in real time. That's what we're going out there for. Evidence is what we're out there for. We're not out there to have a good time, to go on vacation, to have entertainment and stuff. We're out there to do work. We're out there to get evidence. Okay, so yeah, I'll just get done with this. Stop sharing. It looks like that was a success. I'll have to go back and watch the show on the phone to make sure it works. Every other time I've tried to do that with the StreamYard sharing and stuff, it crashed. It seems like my computer is working great now. If the audio works and everything's good, then I guess we'll start using StreamYard to share things. yeah, so I'll have more audio up for you guys. We can go through some of that unchecked audio from uh, June, some more of June or March or something like that. There's another 10.5 hour segment that we have to go through. So I'll probably go through that and find all the juicy stuff for you guys. That way we can just show the good stuff and not bore you with going through all that crap. Um, Hopefully working on some videos. Maybe I might have some videos. I'll probably have some small videos of these sounds and stuff on there. That I'm working on some of these expedition videos, longer, raw, documentary type style stuff that will come out. So we got stuff from Newego. We'll have stuff from a place up north. We got some winter stuff, which really nothing happened. So that's why I haven't put it out there. Really don't want to plan on it either, but we got one stuff from the 168 that's was gonna come out. Now I'm pushing it back because I think there's some evidence that's gonna be coming out that I'm gonna wait for, and then I'll want to include that into this, and then they're gonna have some unseen footage from Carrie probably. When I definitely have some audio that's probably not ever gonna come out. It's gonna come out here. Some stuff full blown. I had to work, touch up the audio, but it's pretty much gonna be unedited encounter and stuff. Pretty much the only thing I'm gonna edit out is if there's like private information or private conversation that shouldn't be on the internet. Then I'll cut that out. Other than that, or if there's excessive swearing and stuff, I'll cut that out, and then you guys can hopefully hear what was kind of going on in these one or two of these situations. So, but I have to look at the audio. It might be just one or two sentences that are really, really good, and the rest is just, crazy white noise because it's, being shuffled and we're going through brush and all that. But there might be some noises and stuff where we're like, we hear something, or, we're experiencing stuff in real time where you can hear our emotions and stuff. So I think that would be kind of cool. Just give me time. It just takes time and stuff, and I'm juggling 1,000 things at once. It seems like when it comes to doing Bigfoot stuff. We've got to go through a lot more audio. Got audio from the 168 stuff that we could potentially have evidence off of. There's there's going to be some. It'll probably get released, but there's going to be some 168 evidence on there that hasn't been released yet. There's going to be some just talks and chats with the guys and stuff too. I do got I did get I listened to it today. I got Bradley Hatcher. I got his blowout. I got that on audio. When he drove, he hopped in the back of the Carrie's truck and drove over the train tracks and got all. When everyone pulled up and got out and he was all hot and heavy, yeah, I got that and stuff. It's not, that bad and stuff, but I don't know if that'll get that released and stuff. But it's kind of funny listening back into it because it was it was a bad situation, but it was kind of funny at the same time. But I'm surprised that I didn't know I had this. This is audio that I did not know I had for some reason. Got mixed in or shuffled around, but we got it. So there's some potentially some unique stuff on there that we're gonna bring out. There's some conversations and stuff. There's I was going around and skipping through a lot of stuff. I didn't put it on the Audacity and listen to all the conversations, but There's some stuff. It sounds like there's some stuff going on in real time where um, we're like gearing up and sending on drones and we're doing something. So that would be pretty good. I don't have like full video of that, but it would be good to hear some of the stuff that's going on in real time. Some of the situations that happen. Some of the stuff. Um, it's just crazy how everything happened, and now with Carrie gone and and the fiasco that it seems to be going on now, when it comes to the 168 footage and that coming out and stuff and all that. Um, I hope it all comes out, or at least the main evidence comes out, because that's just the most important stuff. Whether or not a documentary gets made for you guys to see all that, that's more or less entertainment. But the real deal evidence that I know that on there, that a lot of people know that's on there, that um, you know the person who has the possession of that knows about it, and knows about and wants to put it out there. So hopefully we'll see more about that. But I know there's a fiasco going on between like Mark and Bigfoot Odyssey, and um, I don't know. I haven't talked to Mark. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Really, so I can't really. I'm not even going to speculate, because I do know some things, but I don't know 100%, and I can't take it as official because it wasn't coming from the mouth of people who I would take it literally from. So I really don't know. But I do know some things. I don't know. I know what Carrie told me, and I know the story. The official story of the hard drive is not the official story, and and I know some people are mad about that because the hard drive and all the 168 stuff was supposedly corrupted and not usable. Well, that wasn't true. The real story, of course, wasn't true, and Carrie got upset and just gave it to Mark. And because Carrie was focusing on making the documentary and stuff apart, it just doesn't have basically this. Carrie doesn't have the freaking time to go spend hundreds of hours or hours and hundreds of hours to waste hundreds of hours to look through hundreds of hours of footage to find 10 seconds worth of evidence and stuff. At the time, I think it frustrated him. It did, because I've talked to him about it. A lot of people did. A lot of people bugged him about it. That's why he gave that excuse. But he gave it to Mark. Mark has it. Mark's putting out stuff. Hopefully he'll put out more stuff of just the evidence, and people are upset because, why does Mark have this, blah, blah, blah. Well, Mark has it because Carrie gave it to him. In fact, you can watch. I'm pretty sure you can watch some live streams on Bigfoot Odyssey. I watched it, in which Carrie literally said he gave him the hard drive, and to be able to work on it. Mark said something like, "Yeah, we're gonna work our magic on the hard drive and see if we can bring out any evidence from the 168 or something along that line." And that was a couple months back. That was like a year ago or something. So I don't know why people are upset about that. People are upset about because he has cameras and stuff. I have no idea about any of that stuff. I don't know. Can't comment on all that. I know that I've seen a live stream where he said some things that he gave to Mark, and other people can watch that and say that too. But I have no idea the full story. I'm not in it. I don't really care. So there's drama going around. I already had, so I'm not, not picking anyone's side or anything, but I just think, I don't think it's as clear cut as everyone is making it seem like, with the Mark videos and stuff. There's always two sides to the story, and who knows? It doesn't matter. It's just more drama. I don't know what's going on, and I like I said, I'm not taking any sides, and that the videos that Mark put out certainly has made people not like it and turn people away and all that. And I don't know. Carrie's not here, so of course things are 100% different. And those people at Bigfoot Odyssey did not have the same relationship with Mark that Carrie did. Plain and simple. Obviously, there's disagreements. There's different understandings. Carrie had different agreements and different things that he had with Mark, and that no one else did. Well, when someone dies, that all changes. That's just how it goes. That's normal. And that's unfortunate. That's going to be a big fiasco, so. Obviously. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. I don't talk to anyone from Bigfoot Odyssey. I haven't talked to Mark. I don't really want to. If I did talk to Mark, I wouldn't talk to Mark about that. I would say, hey, here, you want to find some stuff from the 168? I think, you might be able to find some stuff over in this area. And that's about the only thing I'd be able to talk to him about. I wouldn't want to talk to him about drama, So. But, I got into someone who, I don't know if they're, very low man on a totem pole before, but, who told me things and, gave me who threatened me about stuff, but he's not, that person wasn't anyone who has any control or say about anything, so, but, I did notice that I'm not on the Bigfoot Odyssey Facebook anymore for some odd reason. I don't care. It's interesting. So, I don't know. Hey, if people don't like me because I said, hey Mark, message me. I don't know. It's the way. I'm not getting into drama. I'm not taking sides. I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of because I did comment on the video to message me or I commented. I was told that the 168 footage would never come out because someone did tell me that. Someone made it very clear. This whole fiasco tyrant of it's never gonna come out. I promised Carrie I would never say why, and Carrie didn't want it to come out. Well, that's not true, because Carrie gave the hard drive to Mark, and said Mark. Pretty sure it's on the live stream. I seen it. It's gonna come out. Work on it. So I don't know. I don't care. That person who I got into is not reliable, so but so he doesn't know what he's talking about. So if I made a comment like that, I mean, I don't think that's a reason to kick me off the Facebook page, but hey man, that's okay. I just think it's so much drama, unnecessary drama and stuff, Who's controlling Bigfoot Odyssey now? As far as I know, it's Linda. Linda, she has the final say on everything. She could shut it down like that if she wants to. Who's managing it? I would say I would say Linda's owner. Does she control the day-to-day everything? What does? No, it's probably most likely to be Daniela and maybe Bradley and Daniela and anyone else who would co-host and stuff. But I would say the main people would be Daniela and Bradley and Linda. That's about it. Maybe there's a fourth person in there, fifth person, but so yeah, I don't know. I know that they did a great tribute show and stuff, and Linda explained a lot what was the future of the channel and all that, and they're gonna just kind of continue on and be a safe place for people to share their experiences and yeah, you know. So I don't know. That's all I know, really. Carrie's gone, so everything's changed. That's just simply it. Um, yeah, it sucks. It sucks, Carrie is gone because all the crap that is happening now. There's some almost drama and there's a lot of nasty stuff, and it's like he definitely was able to smooth things over. It seemed like with a lot of people, and yeah, it's a shame that there's all this stuff going on and about equipment, money, stuff like that. And I don't know. There's probably not things in writing like contract wise, but I'm sure all this would be pretty easy to prove with text messages and stuff what Carrie said to people because it's in writing. That's not really any of our business, really. I mean, I guess it is and is, and when it's made public it can be, but I mean, this happens all the time, it just what I would like to see happen is, I don't know. I don't know, because at the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest. It, whatever happens, whether I don't know. What is that? It doesn't truly affect like my research and stuff. Like, no, it's just more drama and stuff, and maybe a good understanding to know and to see and to watch out for, but it's just more drama and stuff. I want the 168 footage is able to come out. It should come out. That's that's all about. That's where I'm at. I talked to Carrie about it. I don't know why this has took so long with Mark's end. I know he probably was. Well, he said it himself. Carrie passing gave him motivation to probably step it up and put out more stuff. I know how it is. Sometimes it's hard to look through all this freaking information and put stuff together, and so that's why I want to address this. Not this big old conspiracy theory that the 168 footage was lost or destroyed or corrupted, and now magically it's not. It's just not. This is not how it went down. What went down was the footage and everything else wasn't shot the way Carrie wanted it to be shot to make a documentary, the series of documentaries to be done. Now, there was a lot of evidence that was captured that we knew about that was on there, but you're talking about 10 seconds worth of evidence inside a 30-minute clip, an hour worth of clip, or sometimes more. That kind of wasn't labeled properly, like I guess we thought, or we were told. So that doesn't help. Then so it's kind of pretty much you got to watch the footage, figure out who's all in there, figure out what's going on, look for the evidence, and then is it even are you even able to put it on a screen to view without like throwing up from all the, camera shaking? Are you able to use the audio efficiently because there's, swearing going on and stuff? I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that's why only one came out, because Kerry wasn't satisfied. Because he had the integrity that he wasn't going to put out bullshit. He put out what he could put out. Maybe he could have put out another one. I think he could have, maybe with a little bit of encouragement and focusing on evidence and stuff, maybe. But to be honest, all you guys freaking pressured him too much and wanted this to come out too fast, and he put it together. But I think if we would have waited a whole another year and gave him time to work on it, and gave him time to realize, there's other ways to go about it, we would have had more stuff to come out. We would have had evidence to come out a little bit more better, and not this big ol', just he shut it down. That's what Kerry did. He just shut it down. He just didn't want to deal with it because he got too frustrated at it. And just like anything, what I think would have happened, it would have definitely been, he would have shut it down. He would have put it away. He gave it to Mark. He said, "Mark, you work on it. Try to figure out find the evidence." I think, honestly, he would have came back and said, what's on it? Let's, would have had a little bit more patience and stuff at it. But at the same time, they were always busy doing stuff, trying to go on to the next project. So I think there's this confusion, and there was people who's, Kerry did tell him point blank, that's, I'm done with it. I'm done with that stuff. Because he really did feel like that. But he gave it to Mark, so Mark could look at it and find the real evidence that's on there. There's like 22 different researchers and people on there who had evidence, and there's different stuff on there. So everyone wants it to come out. I know that there's certain people that don't want it to come out, and I have no idea why. But they are very adamant that it doesn't come out. Told me it won't come out, and maybe they might be able to get into some of the ears on to might be able to influence on that. I have no idea why they would do that. I have no idea why, but I don't like I don't like people getting in the ears of other people and influencing them, and always trying to just influence them to do things that for that person's gain and stuff. And I think right now what's going on, there's a lot of chaos, turmoil, and everyone is, in my opinion, not everyone at Bigfoot Odyssey is. Not I can't say that. All the official people, Danielle's good in my book, Bradley's good in my book, Linda is great in my book. But there's some other people who are not official, semi-official. One particular person, actually, just one, who I would not find good, do not trust, and find sketchy, and have multiple reasons now to believe that some sketchy stuff is going on, and that person is not. That person is drama. I've heard it from people that he has started drama for no reason. He starts drama, and likes to complain and whine. So I think there's some people like that just trying to influence maybe Bigfoot Odyssey to do things. A lot of influence. A lot of people want to, give their 2 cents, and I think they just need to focus on what they need to do by themselves, and not be influenced by what everyone else wants them to do. So. And hey, if you guys hear this, you guys can let me back in on the Facebook group. I mean, you can talk to me about it. I just find it funny. And it wasn't the guy I got into it with, because he's not able to do that. So that means that something else is going on. Someone else seen something. Y'all misunderstanding where I'm coming from, or this little prick got into someone's ear, and whatever, it is what it is. But I don't, I think like that shouldn't be going on. I think if like, or anyone group. I've had people who come at me and said, why are you doing this and blah blah blah, and it was a total misunderstanding because they tried posting stuff in my group, and it's like, it's very you have stuff that's like private, like friends only can see. It's not going to show up in my group. Or if you have problems, talk to me about it. Like I said, don't call me out. Like I told this one person, don't call me out in a group chat with a bunch of other people thinking that I'm not going to respond to you. If you have problems with people, you go to them directly, talk to them in their inbox, message them privately, And I just think that maybe there's some of that going on with Bigfoot Odyssey. There's a lot of people in their ear trying to influence them for good and for bad, whatever. Because that's just what happens when, someone passes away. There's sharks that go in the water and smell blood. But no, I don't. I think the people running Bigfoot Odyssey are good people. Bradley was an upstanding, great guy out in the woods, and I have nothing but full respect for him. And he's hurting, man. He's hurting bad from Carrie being gone. You can see it, and that's just hard. It's hard. So I think they're just gonna continue to do what they're doing. In terms, I don't think they're gonna, go out in the field or anything. I don't, that was what Carrie did. That's, yeah. So, in terms of them going out and doing any field expeditions or like hosting a 168, I don't think that's gonna happen again. I don't see that happening, and it's almost impossible to do that, to replicate that without Carrie. Honestly, I mean, unless Linda did it herself and was there, bossing everyone around, no one could command as much as respect, and that would make people want to work hard like Carrie could. I mean, only Linda could do that. If Linda showed up, everyone would work hard, bust their ass for her. You damn right, like they would for Carrie. But if anyone else was the leader and tried to run it, I just don't think that it would command the same respect, and people wouldn't, maybe they wouldn't want to honor Carrie's memory and work hard for that. But in terms of like the new leader and stuff, it wouldn't be the same. If you guys are understanding my GIF, if Linda did it, I mean, yeah, everyone would work hard. So. So that's pretty much all I gotta say about that. Because there's, not much to say. Why does Mark always show Bigfoots in trees and knows where they're going to be, but doesn't set cameras up so we can get a clear picture? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I know from being out in the field with Mark and stuff, and in those areas, Mark doesn't like push them, He doesn't push them into a confrontation and stuff. Doesn't push the envelope. He doesn't chase after them and stuff. He doesn't want to get them aggressive towards him and stuff, because he's a long-term game. He's out there every day, If he pisses one of these things off at him, and now this thing doesn't like Mark, every time Mark goes over there, things gonna be pissed off at him. Maybe it's gonna hurt him. There's video of Mark getting stuff, having stuff being thrown at him and stuff, right? So like, now in terms of setting up cameras and stuff, you can watch this, and this is just by me watching some of the stuff. I don't watch everything. I'm not on Patreon or anything. It seems like they do set up and they try to stand there and watch and get set up to be where the thing is. Now, they're not putting cameras out in the bush to where it's at, but they're standing in place ready for it. Do I believe 100% every single thing that Mark puts out as Sasquatch? I would say no. Do I think that he has some evidence that is Sasquatch? I would say I think so, yes. There's some older stuff too. Like there's one where Melody, she's filming and it's a freaking eyeball. It's a face and a freaking eyeball, and you can't tell me it ain't nothing else but that freaking eyeball. And I think that's legit. Do I think so? All this, every single picture he has put out is legit or real? I don't think so. I can't agree with all of them, but there's some I can agree with. There's evidence I can agree with. I've been into those areas with Mark. I was in those areas by myself with other researchers. I've had experiences. I filmed one crossing the trail. Hopefully it will come out. There's other people that experience stuff. So, is he in areas where there are Sasquatches? I would say so, yes, from my experiences, 100%. And there's a lot of them. So, that's my opinion on that. I think for the most part, he knows what he's doing. He's out there. He's doing the work. You can't say he doesn't go out there. You can't say that he just goes out there and he sits at camp, because he doesn't. He actually does go off trail. He does go into these areas. He is actively trying to get interaction. He has built up a way of interacting with them, a Pavlovian apple, give them the apple type of thing. And honestly, whether or not every single picture Mark gets is real or not, the way he's going about it is the right way to do it. You're building upon a relationship. You keep going to these areas time after time after time after time. He's found tracks. You should be able to find physical evidence. You're finding tracks. He has samples of hair. Audio. There's some good videos. There's some crappy videos. There's some interesting stuff. So just because people want to say he's an asshole or he's mean, okay, yeah, he still put in, maybe not all the crap he puts out is good stuff and whatever, but there is going to be stuff that he drops on us that is going to be more legit than 90% of the people out there who fantasize about stuff. So, because he's in the area. He is actually going out there. He is getting interactions. In my opinion, I was right there with him. We had stuff going on. But he told us where to go. He said, "Hey, this in this area, this place right here, we always get this activity," and we would go there. Mark wouldn't be there. We would go there, and stuff would happen. Things would go on. So, to say that he's 100% full of crap, I can't say that. Because he is in an area where there are stuff going on. Because I had it happen to me. Other people in the 168 had it happen. You can say whatever, but, he is in an area where there are Sasquatches. Because that's what I've experienced. There's other people that experience. You can watch the 168. You can watch the live streams that Carrie did during the 168. Those are really good to watch. I think it's not as simple as that. It's the slow process of trying to get interaction, of building a relationship. Minimal relationship. Like enough for them to trust you and to come out and to get him on camera. That's about as much of a relationship we're going to be able to get. That's what we're doing. It's little stuff. It's I don't think putting game cameras up all in there won't work, because they recognize the game camera. They might not understand what it does, but they understand enough that they stay away from it. And it doesn't work. There's like barely any real game trail evidence of any good quality that actually looks worth a damn. You can watch, just look up, go watch videos of trail cameras and pictures, and look at how many animals are looking right at that camera. Look at how many animals, different animal species, have spotted that camera and are investigating that camera. And you can't tell me that Sasquatch ain't going to be able to pick up that same thing. Not only recognize it, pick it up, stay away from it, whatever. So they're not stealthy. They're not. I think maybe if you could get into an area and maybe plant cameras like in a circle around you, and maybe like entrap a Bigfoot in a spot, and then push him out or something, or just leave and wait till he has to cross one of those, that would be something that could work, maybe. But you would need a lot of cameras. It costs a lot of money. You'd have to have a lot of people to hurry up and try to surround an area. And maybe that would work a little bit better. But in terms of randomly putting trail cameras up, I mean, you're just hoping to get lucky. But if you could in real time, like, oh my God, we just had wood knocks from over here, or we just heard splashing in this water, and it's real dense forest, but you can see like everything else around it. Maybe you can surround that area and then entrap it with game cameras, and then maybe you could try to get something like that. Or with audio, set up a net type of thing with audio, so where it moves out of the area, you're going to be able to pick it up. Or if it's moving out of the area, you'll be able to pick it up on camera. It just costs lots of money. Hey, if you guys want to donate $50,000, we can have a whole system of audio recorders going, and I'll just straight up put all the audio on YouTube. At that point, I won't have time to be able to go through all that myself. I'll just put it on YouTube for you guys to go through. And then if you find something major, then we'll go back and we'll check and we'll do the fine detail work. But $50,000. You get the $100, $120 recorders and stuff. You can buy quite a lot. You could probably spread out and do a lot. You get a lot of data to go through. But it just costs money and man work and hours and stuff like that. But why isn't it being done with other people who have money, or other groups, or other agencies, government agencies, scientists and stuff like that? It's like, don't they already have this equipment out there? I mean, isn't there already recorders out there and stuff that they're doing? How come they're not picking up any evidence? Or if they are, why aren't they releasing it? How come they're not coming out with, oh my God, these new sounds? It could be like Bigfoot. It could be this or that. No, nothing. You hear nothing. What about diseases and injuries? Do Bigfoot get hurt, injured, slow down these 7-foot bipedal animals? I just don't understand how an injured or sick Bigfoot has eluded being filmed. It's a good question. Well, of course, any flesh and blood animal could be injured and hurt, and then shot and killed. There's sightings, and there's reports, and there's stories of them being hurt, then being bloodied, and stuff like that. So I 100% believe that they can die, they can be killed, they can be hurt, they can slow down. illness and stuff. Yeah, everything, every single thing on this planet can get sick with an illness, bacteria, or fungus infection, plant life, marine life. Um, so yeah, dying of old age is because your cells and stuff stop working properly or get sick. In terms of how come they don't get spotted and stuff when or get found when they're sick and stuff, it's very simple. Just like every other wild animal. When wild animals get sick or injured and are dying or about to die, they typically go and hide. They will go find a hiding spot, a hole somewhere in brush in some dense spot, and go hide and die. Sasquatches, and this is all speculation and stuff, right? Sasquatches, like humans and stuff, we're social creatures, and typically when one of ours gets sick or one of ours die, typically we, you know, uh, we'll take care of them, we'll gather them up, we'll give them a burial, a funeral type of thing. And what I think is happening is the Sasquatches don't allow other Sasquatches' bodies to be found. They don't allow Sasquatches to be sick and to be left to where they're going to be found by people. I think they maybe live in underground cave systems, karst systems, which are real things. Karst systems are real underground geographies and immense cave system, and just a huge, huge complicated thing. Not super complicated, but it actually does support the theory of underground Sasquatches. I think that they gather together when they die and stuff, and something happens. They do something with the bodies, in some type of ritual, to where they I don't know if they bury the bodies and stuff, but maybe they bury the bodies. Maybe they entomb them underground in catacombs, like what humans do. They bury them with rocks, which what ancient ancestors used to do. Not necessarily bury humans, but put rock piles on them, make rock mounds. We used to burn people. They maybe not do that, but here's another thing that I thought of is maybe they destroy the bodies. They destroy the bodies. They beat it. They turn it into mush, and they spread it out and stuff. Just totally destroy the body so it can't be found. So it just totally there's just nothing left. That would be incredibly hard to fossilize, to find any fragments of bone like that in a forest. So we just don't know. My theories are that they're not allowing the dead bodies to be found. They're doing something with them. They're doing some sort of ritual, like a ceremony of the dead, or they're destroying the bodies of some sort. Because we should be able to find more dead bodies. There should be there's this very unique universal rule set when it comes to Bigfoot, whether they're in Michigan or the Pacific Northwest, in Florida, or even in around the world, where they always stay away from humans. They never come in contact. They don't talk to us. There's this code of conduct of how they operate when it comes to us, and it's universal, when you want to get a person out of the area, you start throwing things or you start making scary sounds, and it's this very universal rule set. Oh, you just do this, you just do this. You don't have to eat them. You don't have to expose yourself, be caught. You don't have to we should be able to get them on camera. We should be able to get them more on audio. We should be able to have bodies. We should have, hey, They all can't be smart. There has to be one village idiot, right? Who's just a complete moron, who's, but yet we don't, we have evidences of a lot of stuff of violent encounters, but yet we don't have bodies, we don't have the village idiot, friendly, who a human family could befriend, get on camera and feed. It's just a hairy, friendly, dim-witted Bigfoot. We don't have any examples of that. We don't have any of that. We don't have nothing of. It's all universal. It's all standardized. We don't have any unique Bigfoots coming out and like going against the grain. Is what I'm trying to get at, I guess. We don't have any singleized, unique, individual Bigfoot going against the grain and, trying to get interaction and trying to understand us or showing us or, showing us the secrets stuff. We don't have that. We don't have nothing of that. And even if they were basic animals, they would make mistakes. They all wouldn't act the same. They'd be a little bit different. They wouldn't confine themselves in how to operate around humans a certain way, how to push humans out of the area without being seen, how to navigate without being seen, how to care so much. They care so much about not doing all this that they don't. It seems like they don't really want to make mistakes. They don't certainly do things on purpose in the open, but that's not always the case. There's a lot of cases where Sasquatches get annoyed, they've had enough, and they blatantly let you know that they've had enough, or they blatantly let you know that they're there. They obviously let you know, or they're harassing you, they're slapping the house, looking at you through the window, watching kids through windows at dark time and stuff, trying doorknobs, trying of handles, trying the door. They know how to. If you are in a Sasquatch area and you leave your doors unlocked at nighttime, I hope you understand that Sasquatches can turn doorknobs, right? They have fingers and hands and can learn to open doors. That's not a good situation. And this is information you can find on the Gumshoe Guys Corner. Michigan Bigfoot reports and sightings on Facebook groups. This comes from the data miner himself, who is spending hundreds of hours analyzing reports, sightings, witnesses, encounters, interviews, and compiling and profiling Sasquatch like you would a serial killer, because he has extensive history as law enforcement and has been trained and to do such things proficiently. So now he's doing it with Sasquatch, and it really does paint a not a good light of Sasquatch. A lot of Sasquatches seem to have a very sadistic anger about them. They will seek revenge. They have a very sadistic humor, it seems like. Once you cross the line and they've had enough, they're very open about it. They seem to not care at that point. They will destroy property. They will kill livestock. They will butcher animals in gruesome ways. They can be really mean and aggressive. Could be very dangerous, and a lot of those I would consider, we would consider dangerous and aggressive. Like people watching through a window. Okay, oh, it's just Sasquatch. He's just watching us through the window. It's no issue. Well, okay. Now, would you let a random stranger do that? A random human watch your family through your window at nighttime? No. And why is that? That's because it's criminal behaviors. the mentality and stuff is not okay. You're not okay. You're not there. You know, something's wrong with you. And we do understand, and law enforcement know about this, that window peeping and watching, leads to other stuff. It escalates. That watching and stuff escalates into assault, and it leads to um, all sorts of stuff. And so that's why he considers that when Sasquatch does that, that's an aggressive thing, because what's the intent? He thinks that's a nefarious intent when they're watching the kids through the windows, and they're watching women and stuff through. That's not normal. That's not okay. That's not a good intent. It's not like he's, watching, little Jimmy and little Jane freaking, play with their toys and stuff, and say, oh, it's just kids playing and stuff. But the reality is, they seem very interested in kids, very interested in the vulnerable, weak, you know. And if you did that to a Sasquatch, tried to watch their kids and window peep, I don't think that the Sasquatch would tolerate that very much. So, from that understanding, why would we tolerate them doing that to us? Why, in the mainstream of it, they are friendly forest giants, and they just want to be left alone. But if they want to be left alone, then why do they interact with us so much? And if they are such innocent, friendly forest giants, then why? What's up with them and the kids? What's up with them watching women all the time, watching kids, taking women? The Native Americans said that. If you can't get up to a Sasquatch kid and window peep at them, then why is it okay for that Sasquatch to think it's okay for it to do it to you? And there's no, if they thought that you had nefarious purposes and they wouldn't allow you to do that to you, then why, aren't they doing that? Don't they have nefarious purposes? It's things like that, trying of doorknobs. That doesn't sound like a friendly forest giant coming into your house to say hi. If he's trying to get into your house and you're in there, what do you think's going to happen? You think he's going to come in there and talk to you? You going to come in and say hi? Maybe he doesn't have the intent. Maybe he doesn't want to hurt you and stuff. But that situation is not okay. It's not good. He's not going to come in and say, hi, can I have some coffee, and sit down and talk to you. He could knock on the door. He could tell you that outside. Say, hey, I want to come in and have some coffee with you. Doesn't need to open your door unannounced, uninvited, and go inside. That if a human did that, that's not okay. So there's certain things like that. Even throwing rocks at people, that is technically aggressive. You're throwing, even though I've had stuff thrown at me. Not at me, didn't hit me, but around me. We've had one big rock get thrown in a creek. We played the audio dozens of times. Where, yeah, if they wanted to hit us, they could hit us, and I would not be here. I'd be mushed. I'd be dead. So yeah, was that aggressive? I would, it could be. I mean, it was letting us know, hey man, don't mess around. 'Cause this thing's gonna land on you, and you're never gonna hear it. It could be considered aggressive. I didn't consider it myself as aggressive. I consider it as a warning, as in, if you mess around, you're gonna find out. As in, this is how powerful I am. This is what I can do to you guys. You can't even see me. I'm running circles around you, and I can throw a rock up in the air and it can hit you. It's gonna kill you, and your buddy's gonna sit there screaming, piss at his pants, and there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to run. You can't outrun a Sasquatch. There's multiple Sasquatches. The thing already is probably strategizing how to take you out in multiple different ways, if he needs to. And you want to make sure you're on the friendly, nice side of Sasquatch as much as you possibly can, almost at all times. Not too friendly. You never want to be too friendly. Especially if you're a woman. Don't want to be too friendly to a male Sasquatch. As a man, you don't want to be too friendly to any female Sasquatch. Or any male Sasquatch. Because I believe that if you're too friendly, well, maybe they don't want you to leave just yet. Maybe they want to hang out with you more. Maybe that female Sasquatch fancies that big beard a little bit too much. Maybe she wants you to meet her folks, meet her family. Maybe she wants you to stay with her at her house. What are you going to do? Say no? Not a good situation to be in. So it's, you got to have this loop, this middle ground of, I'm trying to get interaction. I'm trying to be on their good side, but at the same time, I usually have a gun. I have a weapon or something. I'm strapped. I'm not a prey. You're going to respect me. I'm going to respect you. I expect that you have boundaries. You're going to respect my boundaries. I walked into these woods. I'm going to walk out of these woods. I take this very seriously. I think about a lot of different things. I take it very seriously, even though, what's the chances of being killed by a Sasquatch, right? Probably very, very low if you're, researching and all this. But it's never zero. It's never zero. And, you could befriend something and make it so friendly that now it doesn't want you to leave. And that might be even worse situation because now it wants you to stay. It wants you. And that can be bad. So that's it. That's going to be another show. We'll wrap it up at 4 hours and stuff. I have no idea how it got to 4 hours, but it's good. But I like doing this stuff. It's nice thing I can express myself and talk to you guys and get feedback and show you guys some stuff, all that good crap. So I don't mind doing these longer shows. We used to do multiple shows a week. Now we just do one big show, and it's the same amount of time, same amount of content. So you can skip around, watch it. Take a few days to watch it and stuff. If you guys want to donate, help fund the research, and actually help fund the research, I haven't been posting the link in any of the shows and stuff because, we're not really concerned about the money. I mean, to be honest, I don't have money. But it doesn't take money to research and stuff. But if you want to help fund and get me some more badass equipment to help get better stuff to show you guys, that'd be cool. But it doesn't take money to research. I don't need donations to be able to fund my stuff. I didn't need research to start this channel. I didn't need research to put any of the stuff on. So, but if you guys want to, you guys can hit me up on Facebook. Hit me up on the Lost Cryptids Conservatory Facebook page. You can find me, Blake, in the Lost Cryptids Conservatory Facebook group. You can donate through that way, through Messenger and stuff. They have options. You can donate through YouTube. We have a Patreon as more of a place where you can sign up, and if you can donate more money that way too. We don't have no paywall thing, so everything on there is always on here stuff too. We have a Teespring store. You guys can buy some merch off there. We get a little bit of money kickback off that, and you guys can buy some cool stuff. So at least if you can buy something, and give money. So it's not just, giving money for a donation. And we have a conference coming up. If you guys want help with that, donate and stuff, and we'll have tickets going on sale here in a couple months, another couple months and stuff. We'll have tickets going on sale through Square online and stuff, so you guys can be able to go that way. And we have a Square store online, the Lost Cryptids Conservatory. I think you can donate that way probably too. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'll be getting that up and running and updated and stuff. We'll have ticket sales through that way, so you guys can buy online tickets there. And so we'll get that going, so we can have everyone registered and all that. The Michigan Bigfoot and Dogman Conference is what we're doing this next year. So, and hopefully each and every year. So we'll gonna start it up and maybe grow each and every year. Hopefully, and then but mainly, hopefully network and get people to come out here. So then we go out in the woods and look for evidence, because that's what it's really about. So the conference is more or less an excuse to get your butt over to Michigan, hang out with us, and get out in the woods with us. That's what really the conference is for. It's going to be this central hub to get people to let's go in the woods together. Come on. And a place where you can learn, and we're going to spread awareness, and it's going to be a little bit different than the average Bigfoot stuff. I personally am not going to feed you no bullshit. I'm not going to lie to you and say that Bigfooting isn't dangerous. I'm going to give you want stories of people being killed in Michigan? We have some stories. You want some stories of them being aggressive? We got some stories. Because I want to make sure that kids, especially, understand this is fun, this is adventurous, you can learn a lot, but it is dangerous at the same time. I don't know what the chances are of being attacked by a Sasquatch, but it's never zero. Okay? You should equate it to, hey man, would you go chase after a grizzly bear at nighttime with a camera? The answer is no, or hell no. Why are you going after a Sasquatch at nighttime with a camera? Is it because your perception of one is scarier than the other? Because you know that the one is real, that you know it will kill people, and you know it will eat you? That's your perception. Sasquatch are real. They can hurt you. They will hurt you if necessarily, and they will eat you if they're hungry enough and they want to, and if they can get away with you. Now, I would be more scared about going after grizzly at nighttime, and I would think that I am more likely to be killed by that grizzly bear than if I did a Sasquatch. But at the same time, we could go to some of these places in some other state and come across a very aggressive one and be in a very bad situation. So that's why I like to be here in Michigan. All the areas and interaction and different stuff that we've come across, for the most part, has been positive, curious, and not aggressive. Not scary aggressive, I should say. All right, so donate. Find a way. You find a way to donate. I'm not gonna make it easy for you to donate here. I'm not gonna make it easy. We're gonna do things different. If you want to donate here, you're gonna work and you're gonna have to find a way to donate here. That's because we're different. This is not about making money, and I just, even Carrie said this before. He told other people this too. There's no ashamed about trying to get donations to get equipment for their research. There's no ashamed about it. There's no, you're not cheating and stuff like that. It's nothing like that. And so I always have that to remind me of, it's okay to ask sometimes. So, but I'm not gonna make it easy. So I probably not even gonna put a link to even where to donate on here, like I haven't, because it's not about money. And but if I will tell you this: if I did get all that donation money, like all these other channels and stuff get, I will damn make sure that you will see evidence, and you will see some damn good stuff, some crazy stuff, because I will try my best. And with that good equipment, I don't see why I wouldn't be able to get some good crazy stuff. I have no idea why the other people can't, but with our bare minimum equipment that we do now and the results that we're getting, hey man, you get us some professional stuff and we'll get some professional evidence for you. And hey, if you guys want to come out, you want to pay me money to take you out as a guide, and you want to do it professionally and not just sit at a camp for a weekend like you could do by yourself, I'm open for that too. We can make some arrangements and we can work that out too. They don't have to break the bank for that to happen either. So you guys can donate that way. If you guys just want to come and hang out and go on an adventure and then just donate, Don't donate nothing. Hey, if you think I'm worth it or not, donate afterwards. If I'm not, then don't donate. Come and hang out. But I really do want to get more researchers and people to come here and to experience stuff with us. I want to have you experience stuff. And so you can be like, yeah, dude, I was with the Lost Cryptids. Stuff happened. That was a crazy area. Blah, 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 blah. I want that to happen. So I'm inviting real deal researchers, anyone really, to come. As long as you're respectful, professional, you will follow the rules that I set. And it's just honestly, how do you conduct yourself at camp? Don't being too crazy and stuff and partying and blah blah blah. Some common sense stuff. So that's about it, guys. I appreciate everyone who's watched this. I appreciate everyone who takes the time. I appreciate all the support, all the comments, the feedback, both good and bad. We're growing, growing as a individual, as a researcher, and as this channel. We're doing things differently, and trying new things, and so we're always growing and trying new things, and so we're really glad to have you guys support us the way you guys do, and some of you people show up on all the live streams on the time, every time. It's really just humbles my heart that you guys like what you're hearing. Obviously you guys enjoy the content. Alright, we'll play the videos. Outro video. This is original Lost Cryptids music. I did the bass lines for all this, and then we had a buddy named Gabe Hess. He did all the guitar tracks and all the other instrumentals on this. Really did. He produced it and stuff. He straight up produced it. I gave him the bass lines. I gave him the foundations, and he produced the track with what he got, and I really appreciate that. So we'll take a listen to this original music. There's actually two versions. You guys hear. There's one with the guitar solo, and there's a version without it. It's just the rhythm version, basically. So.